It's 6/11, boys. That means it's 9/11 somewhere. Hell yeah. Prayers up. Never forget. Where is it? It's 9/11 in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now? Maybe like the Caribbean or something? Where is it 9/11? Is it 9/11 in Ireland? No, they're like 6 hours different, right? What, Portugal? Is that further west? Happy 9/11, boys, wherever it is. It's 9/11 somewhere. All right, I'm going to go feed Squinks. Oh, I teased it a little bit. We've got a little bit of Erica Kirk on the docket. We've got some Bill Cooper. We got some frickin'... I pulled up this Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes interview. I'm sure no one wants to watch any of it, but it is odd how much... Like, dude, mainstreaming Nick Fuentes is crazy to me, right? How crazy is that? It's 9:11 a.m. in Australia. Let's go, Aunt Deb. Let's go, Aunt Deb. Always pulling through. But it is crazy to me that they're just mainstreaming Nick Fuentes. Like, dude, if we fucking went the grifty route, there would have been no stopping us. We would have been the best feds. These feds they got, they're so boring, dude. They're so lame and incel-y, right? We could have done so good. We should have taken that bag. We are Charlie Cock. We carry the flame. Yeah, we finished that Chuck Swindoll interview last night. I pulled up the next part of the Chuck Swindoll God Eaters too. We got a lot of long ass videos, so we'll have to pick our poison. But I did say that we would watch this, so we can also watch 5 minutes of all of them. We are Charlie Kirk to a Mac beat, dude. Or yeah. Or it's a Black Death. It's a Black Deathicus verse. Mark beats beat, and then the chorus is just "We Are Charlie Kirk," and it flows seamlessly. That would be hot. That would be fire. Dude, you should sample it. Oh man. You gotta hit that "We Are Charlie Kirk" in the chorus though. That drop is so epic, bro. Hold on. We're just gonna start looping "We Are Charlie Kirk." Fuck Black Deathicus. Fuck Mark Beats. Authentic music. Praise. Prayers up, boys. Prayers up.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm.
Or like Charlie Dirk. Yeah, rip this song and loop it for 10 minutes.
He spoke the truth.
Why am I torturing you with this? What do you mean? This is incredible. Eternally Bumping. Stop being such a wet blanket, dude. This is fire. Everyone loves this song.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Let's go. This is not trash, Eternally Bumping. Stop saying that. I wasn't even going to play the whole song, but now I'm going to. All right. We love Charlie Kirk still.
Evidence, Elliot, of people
All right, boys.
being taken out of the building. You say that emergency vehicles
I'm gonna
are
go
there,
feed Squeaks before he
understandably
murders
so,
his
but
family.
Of course, the major concern is human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Caught her in the bed, all mumbling, all bed in the fed. Wait, caught her in bed with the feds, all mumbling, embarrassed, like, whoa. Nailed it.
Respect the kind of change that's night and day. Human race feels like I'm the finish line. Hey, everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where I'm in the way. They all say, am I okay? I don't think I've decided yet. Hoping this green laser pointer helps guide your private jet. It's time to deflect. Why lie detect? Blaming the dividing method. If you think I'm invested, I'm probably just living inside of your head. They want fame from a movie. Blame until they Hussein. Watch a regular Tuesday quickly change into doomsday. They created you for space. Make way for the space suit. They'll break for their paid dues and then wait for a breakthrough. Even if you stayed true, you're still half wrong on someone's test. One day we looked into the mirror and we saw nothing left. I could fly away like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to say. And you respect the kind of change that's night and day. Human race feels like I'm the finish line. Take everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where I'm in the way. They're afraid to say anything to my face. It's been silence when you speak your mind around the spineless. It gets quiet. You're a bitch. How about a fist diet? Let's just say when I touch your forehead, you won't get blessed by it. Live and let die quick. Swear we're gonna have the best time. Get hit with a little head time kick. Face red like a headline. You're late for your race car bed type of bedtime. Stop telling someone dead inside to just get in line. Did you meet my ex-girlfriend Jenna? Good. You don't wanna be on genocide. I only survive because I'm a menace. I bet many men have died defending lies. I won't just let them die, even if they're dead inside. Everything and everybody already sold out. It's time to tell them why. I could fly away like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to say. And you respect the kind of change that's night and day. Human race feels like I'm the finish line. Take everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where I'm in the way. They all hate, but in a silent way.
Very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on the shot.
Oh my.
Something else has
You know what? We
that
just
looks
saw
more
a
like
plane circling the
747.
building. We just saw a plane circling the building.
When a leaf falls off of a tree, the leaf never goes back to the tree. When the butterfly comes out of the cocoon, it never goes back. It doesn't have to work out all the crap it did when it was a caterpillar.
Gun to your face, give me the cash. I'm killing competitors. What was your name? I already forget. I'm guessing that it still didn't register. Everything moving too fast like last year. It's sad here. Glass tears shed after the cheers. I can't even laugh. The mask fear. In a world we're getting cash felt more like a pap smear. We wear a mask and ass clear while demanding the cash. They make everything nowadays so flammable. Turn this whole planet to ash. Gun on my back, acting weird, holding an empty can of gas. What happened here? Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face. We came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on the holiday. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, Look deep in my hollow face. What's life? Who's really even learning the answer every day? Someone else gets diagnosed with terminal cancer. I'm barely alive, but in love with death's face when I stare in her eyes. Chest feels like a cemetery trying to carry what's buried inside. I'm not scared to die, I am dead. Spare me in mine. I'm scared to live, scared to fail, and I am scared to try. Hey, I'm looking for directions. I heard the bottomless pit is around here. Hit rock bottom and started to dig to bury the bodies I found there. Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face. Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the right that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face.
Your job inside of this body is to break down all of those things that have been infecting the minds of human beings forever, that were placed there by generations that went before us. That's the negative karma that God wants broken. And once that negative karma is broken, you'll be free to enjoy all of this with the rest of us.
You're watching the news, you're being pumped full of fear. There's floods, there's AIDS, there's murder. Cut to commercial. Buy the Acura, buy the Colgate. If you have bad breath, they're not going to talk to you. If you got pimples, the girl's not going to fuck you. And it's just this, it's a campaign of fear and consumption. And that's what I think that it's all based on, is the whole idea that keep everyone afraid and they'll consume. And that's really as simple as it can be boiled down.
Gotta admit, in a world so dark, it's hard sharing hope, work to death. I will always miss my parents both. Despair has a way of trying to tear out throats, eyes, windows to the soul. I'm trying to air out ghosts. The devil always targets who you care about most. Drug-like bodies, that's wearing down rope. Scream as you disappear into the white smoke. Looking through the rifle scope, I really got both eyes closed. Only a few miles from home, left my parents a nice note. Stressed, making sure I manifesto the right quotes, carved words in the bullets. Never knew I could write jokes. All it takes is a rifle to stifle the life with high hopes. There's no coming back from hell once you get sent there. For you, it's the end of the world. For me, I have to pretend that I care. Looking in the crowd like I swear I haven't blessed them in years. I left the world, but the people, I left them in tears. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple.
Squeak's got hair all over my sweatshirt.
At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail. Now I was too afraid to try again.
What up, dudes?
People won't do anything to make it hurt longer. The first active shooter that came back to murder the first responders. They'll die trying to 9/11 your head and kill every politician who tried to climb in bed with your kids. Only memorials should be reminding everyone what you did. This ain't killing for sport, this is hunting to live. I'm starving, homeless under a bridge. They thought I had nothing to give. You know what I mean? I want them to know what you did. George Bush can suck my dick. Fuck up in the rich and every one of their kids. Look at this gun like Jenna Bush is a stuck-up bitch. It's all control, opposition, bought and sold politician. Every president's a Freemason villain, and the reason for missing children. Told us Indians lived in tents, founded the building stall. Our modern houses are basically tents. Be careful what story your children told. It gets way worse, trust me. Clone devils.
This is streamer Inception, boys.
Level scapegoat. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers.
It's Cat Dad watching Hassan, watch Candace, watch Erica Kirk.
Still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail. Was actually too afraid to try again. No time to whine. I find dying with a Molotov. Sign of the times. I've had my eye on my sawed off. It's like
where did he go? Oh, feed the cat.
Wide-eyed, reading the diatribe of onslaught. Choose your place. I use a clone for the cold weather. Lose your face. Thinking the plastic surgeon knows better. The world's fake. One day there's no fate. Earth forever at the pearly gates. They'll prove you're fake with no effort. Too broke for date night. Trying to live through the hunger. Pick your favorite restaurant. We'll go dig through the dumpster. I'm a sad sack of skin. Barely able to carry bones. No bias. Sometimes life's
Lori
not
likes the live stream, boys.
But I'm a terrible enemy. Convert your girl's pussy into shareable energy.
Every song I record, I'm like, damn, Charlie Kirk will never get to hear this.
This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I don't assume that I'm bad shit. Half the time I am.
Dude, I love this track.
Mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the
beat,
at no point
the
in my
flow.
life did I actually live, but I did fail. I'm
You
just
can-
too afraid to try again.
What'd you say? You can cut the songs early? Fuck off, Black Death.
Afraid to try again.
Or am I gonna stop in the middle of the song?
Afraid to try again.
What the fuck else do I gotta do? Try again. Eternally Bumpin', are you talking about
If you
We
were
Are
to talk
Charlie
directly
Kirk?
to the kids at Columbine or the people in that community.
We Are Charlie Kirk
what
is a
would you say
great
to them if they were
track.
here right now?
I wouldn't say a single word to them. I would listen to what they have to say, and that's what no one did.
All right, welcome to the frickin' show. You know what it is, boys.
Unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk.
You know what it is, boys. All right, let's do some streamer inception.
To let your grandma die alone in a hospital, even
So,
if something.
what's the meta here? What's going on? Candace and Erica now are finally, the girls are fighting. Is that what's going on? They're finally talking about each other. They're turning this into WWE. This is Monday Night Raw. No, dude, this is going to turn into like WrestleMania eventually. Like, that's what this is, right? All eyes on Candace and Erica. I mean, everyone is still like, I don't know. Their play is just anti-Semitism to create more anti-Semitism vortexes or whatever, right?
I'm going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste my time in combating people,
like
going toe to toe, calling people names. That's just not me. That's not how Charlie operated. There's no reason for me to go down.
You're Candace Kirk fatigued? Damn, I'm not freaking. I haven't seen enough of this.
Nuts is that Charlie, he has worked and provided and has blessed us.
Dude, is Hassan watching The Sopranos right now too or something? What's up with this sweatsuit?
So much. He's just such a good thought leader. He blessed us with laser focus on the mission, on saving this country. But instead, we're so focused on who did what.
I am glad that they made her hair all frizzy for this one. They're like, okay, wait, they're right. Erica's way too way too done up at all this shit, right? They're like, we gotta let's frazzle up her hair a little bit.
Like questioning who.
And just for the record, not a kid in sight ever. Where are her kids?
Actually, the legacy, if we find out that the government is implicated, and it looks like to me, and I think a lot of people on the outside, the government is implicated, otherwise it wouldn't require every department of the government using propaganda to convince us against common sense, okay? And if
Candace is saying the government and not Israel? That's an interesting tidbit.
And actually his legacy is going to be that a person who gave all of himself to helping people get elected.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, the greatest opportunity for Tyler Robinson is leaning into this shit in any way. Like even a
Shut the fuck up, Hassan. Tyler Robinson does not exist.
Candace Owens to go insane, her audience to expand dramatically, will literally taint the jury pool for sure. He will walk away a free man if he just gives breadcrumbs like this much. Even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. They will still find something to lean into. But this is crazy.
To say to people, how dare you go against the grieving widow? How dare you go against David Hogg? Right? And you're like, well, I don't know if David Hogg, I know I'm very.
My kids act like Charlie Kirk is a meme. He is a meme.
High school should not happen. No child should have to live to that. But
yeah, actually, I can't come at Hassan about his comfy era because this is literally my uniform right now. I've been wearing these green sweatpants since I got them like 8 months ago, and then for winter, it's this heavy-duty black sweatshirt. So you got to have a uniform, right, boys?
Especially
man's got to have a code.
The victims, usually the victims being like black or brown, that kind of stuff is really repulsive to people who have no empathy for black and brown people. Okay. And by that, I mean the Republicans. That's why you see a lot of like negative backlash towards that sort of moralizing. But now
I've got, actually, most of my tattoos are prison style stick and poke tattoos. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 50-50, actually. I've got 3 out of 6 are stick and poke.
What is the borough doing? Has anybody traced this down? Okay, I don't know if Candace is crazy, but she says the French Foreign Legion was there. Has anybody chased this down? I texted her. I got this in public perception. Like, people think that you can have enough money to just cut over people's gut instincts. That's what it is.
What happened? Am I still here? I think my internet just went out. Well, it looks like we're still live, actually. Y'all good? It froze for you? Okay, cool. We back. We back, boys.
PBS stage with pre-prep questions and Barry Weiss, and I obviously have rehearsed this answer because I got these questions ahead of time. I obviously know I'm going to get asked this, so I'm going to do I don't even and this is a fact. You can ask anybody who's ever interviewed me. I never ask for questions ahead of time. I don't want to know. I don't want to know the direction it's going into. I never give them anything. I never say we can't talk about this. That thing's off record, because even getting questions ahead to me, preparing answers feels fake and gay. Right? That just feels rehearsed, because it is. It has to be rehearsed. You got the questions ahead of time, and at this stage, I don't like it. I don't like it. I want something that feels anywhere where it feels authentic. Like one question mark that you have. You're like, oh, I'd like you to be like, I don't know about those text messages.
Candace,
I think Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. But the text messages are weird. It's just, I trust my team. My team is amazing. And my favorite date is April 24th, because it's not too hot and it's not too cold. And all you need is a light jacket. Like, it feels fake. It does. I'm sorry. And I am still interested in getting basic answers to our questions. I don't accept that that's somehow going to ruin the court case. You can't hear me? That's a nonsense. You cannot logically explain.
I'm sending
to the public
levels. I can see that.
Letting us see Mikey McCoy's phone records is just one example. If that's really causing you so much grief, here they are. Here's who we called on that day and for how long. How would that implicate? How would that frustrate your lawyer's efforts? How would the current court case and the jury pool be impacted if you...
Yeah, the stream crashed. I think something happened with my internet because it stopped sending. I don't know, but it fixed itself.
Say Faith events you and Charlie this many times. How would that impact? And again, I'm a gut player. It's common sense. So forgive me for not being elite enough and educated enough.
This is the Pepe Sylvia meme, except nowadays, that's what the market demands. The market doesn't want to just look at Pepe Sylvia and laugh as a funny character. The market is Pepe Sylvia.
It's not tracking. It's not tracking, and
that's our bread and butter.
I get it. It's me against the whole world. Actually, it's not. It's me against the elites. We've done this a lot of times, like I said.
Bro, Candace, you're married to an elite. What the fuck is you actually talking about, dude?
All of the mainstream
only 33 minutes in,
all
though.
of the influencers are pushing something and calling the other thing evil. We're probably
176,000
away
viewers
from them all then apologizing and being like, I just got it wrong. I shouldn't have told you to get the vaccine. It's a pattern that I've noticed. So I'm going to stick with saying that what happened on September 10th, we are not getting the truth about.
Yes, I'll be watching the Kirky interview on Saturday.
After a few messages from our
Even
sponsors.
Though Candace fucking...
All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion...
It's coming. Preborn time, baby. Okay.
What's preborn?
Even though Candace basically ruined it by spoiling it ahead of time, telling us exactly what's happening in the interview, in the upcoming interview. You literally said you would stop if Erica said stop, lol. Keep going, Candace. We're all behind you. Can you make nosy neighbor merch? Yeah. Like, this is what the wine moms are tapping into, okay? Candace Owens is presenting herself as like a nosy neighbor. And there are a lot of nosy neighbors, right? So there's almost this like...
that's me.
Like build your own adventure style, follow the breadcrumb style, collective conspiracy element here as well. This is the most boring nothing burger shit ever. Oh. Yes, chatter, you are the most intelligent, okay? You are smarter than everybody else. But if you were actually smart, you would understand why this is still important to invest some time into, specifically because, once again, hundreds of thousands of people are tuning into it, okay? At a certain point, you have to realize that the space that we occupy with our fucking self-declared brilliant minds is a place where a lot of people are not at, okay? We are alone in our corner of the fucking 100K people watch anything, man. Oh. When I first started watching Fox News, people would say the exact same thing, okay? Millions watch the Jets. Yeah, but the Jets are not fucking literally getting the president of foreign nations and the prime minister of foreign nations to come out and be like, we did not kill Charlie Kirk, okay? Shut the fuck up.
There's like an element of feudalism here. Like, we are the lords, and who are you?
Dude, Candace has a fucking CIA mug on her desk. I can't with her. I cannot with Candace, dude.
It's frustrating. Like, I'm frustrated by it. And again, I have been clear. I think Tyler Robinson was involved on that day. I think there were multiple people that were involved in that day. Obviously, most people were involved. I think he took clothes and hid them in the cemetery or whatever next to the Dairy Queen.
Do you want to understand what the right is fucking invested in or not? That's the real question. Okay? If you want to understand what normies are tuning into, then you have to go where the normies are. This is what normies are tuning into. And they're getting fucking brain poisoned with a whole bunch of other right-wing propaganda amidst the Charlie Kirk conspiracies.
Explain it to us.
It's important to it's important to understand where they're coming from. When you see this kind of talking point out in the real world, you will now know where it's coming from and you will know how to address it. Okay? A lot of people do this. A lot of people used to do this when I used to watch Fox News as well. They're like, why do you watch Fox News? Oh, this is brain breaking. It's like, yeah, I know, man. It is. Okay? It is. But that's the reason why I'm fucking tapped into what the right is thinking, what they're going to say next. This has created a civil war on the right. Okay?
Yeah.
This specifically has created a civil war on the right. Candace Owens is responsible for it almost single-handedly.
He wrote out his entire...
And this has always been the plan, I suspect. I think this is all playing into the Elon Musk, like, third-party America First thing, right? Like, that's kind of what they're doing. That's what they're doing with the split with Tucker, with her, with fucking Nick Fuentes, all these lizards.
Not get the energy of someone who is worried about getting the electric chair.
Look at that
there's nothing really to add.
Look at that fucking chin, brothers. Holy fuck. That chin is abominable, dude.
Allow transparency and accessibility to the case.
Wait, do you believe any of what she's saying? I feel like there are definitely a few weird things about the entire thing. I mean, there's always going to be weird shit about any fucking investigation.
No, there shouldn't be. What do you mean? These things shouldn't be as complicated as they fucking literally always turn out to be, you little fed. Stop.
That I'm frustrated about is
literally every single thing that ever happened should not have an absurd amount of weird circumstances going on that makes it look like the FBI is involved. Why does every single one look like the FBI has involvement? And they have to be covering it up because otherwise why would they not say anything about it, you know?
And instead try to hide behind Bible
just
verses.
Normal.
There is something...
Oh, it's really hard to use all of the video evidence everywhere and figure out who exactly did this and just show videos of him doing it so that there aren't any questions about it. But no, we got these AI videos of chairs going through tables and shit.
like a monster PR agent. Anyone will tell you that. There's not a single daily.
She's also farming the anti-Israel crowd so hard. Like, look, only donating because Zios are not happy Candace is making money. Go Max Candace. That's the other thing. Because the anti-Israel position is the popular position, and it's the unironic bipartisan position, not on the political operator side, but on the average American side.
Fairy Flowers said Hassan is a cucked micropeen at this point. Bro, can you imagine Fairy Flowers from 6 months ago saying that?
Feeble.
Poor Fairy. Hassan, you've fallen from grace, bro.
Folding in front of us when Barry Weiss, who is an objectively uncharismatic person, is elevated to a position of prominence over CBS News, specifically so she can do Zionist propaganda, which is objectively fucking true. You can understand why they're...
What, some Twitch mods are fucking with you, Eternally Bumping? There are no Twitch mods.
Doesn't change that reality.
During BLM, let's just read her post here. This really annoyed me, and even further, the comment section annoyed me, but she wrote, in 2020, we all became familiarized with the Kafka trap. It's a rhetorical trick wherein you insist that someone's denial of an accusation proves their guilt. You're denying you're a racist because of your white fragility. It's a way to make your argument.
Oh, I see. Look, it was an auto mod thing. And it says, look why it got held up. I fucked my back up. It says held for aggression. You're aggressive. Eternally Bumping was shoveling and fell on his back and aggressively hurt his back.
Most people don't want to think. Actually, Allie, ironically, I actually did the documentary on BLM and George Floyd. And the lessons of the George Floyd movement was that the entire media, plus influencers, can collude to suspend rational thinking and can use emotional arguments, right, to get you to stop looking at a corrupt charity. I can't believe she used this example. It's like, there's nothing more that could be in my defense than saying, oh, remember what happened in 2020? Yeah, I do remember what happened in 2020.
Hassan's still the hottest fed.
The media lied about George Floyd. They lied about how
but
he
that
died.
Also, I mean, who do they have? Who else do they have, right?
This
was a big part of how she gained prominence
had
too.
Become. And then little old me did a video.
Alrighty. What up, boys? I saw Jimmy Dore was talking about Alex Krapp being on fucking drugs too.
10 years ago. Look at hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago.
Look at him.
Or more.
What?
When I made a...
Why is he jumping around like a magician who just had a bird get loose in his pants? So Palantir is the new surveillance state weapon invented by Peter Thiel and the CIA. And this is the guy who's the head of it. And these are the people who want you to be under surveillance all the time. And you are now, and they're doing it. And Trump is giving $200 billion more to these types of people. And so watch this. The RT says wild Palantir's drug addicts.
Hey, when are we gonna know if when did the Netflix when did the Warner Brothers shareholders or whatever vote on whether or not they're going with the Paramount deal instead of Netflix? When are we going to know that the Ellisons fully control all media? I keep forgetting, too, that Larry Ellison also owns TikTok. I mean, dude, it's such a coup, it's crazy. It's a media coup. Oh, yeah, Luigi is a fed, too. Luigi is a pretty hot fed. And he's got a normal-sized head, unlike Hassan.
CEO scares audience. You want to see how he scares the audience? I'm not kidding. So here we go.
What is the biggest problem in this culture? I'll tell you the biggest problem. No one believes the institutions are credible. And why don't they believe they're? And I struggle to believe they're credible too, because these business leaders make completely stupid decisions. And they get bailed out. A year later, they're getting huge bonuses. And what do the American people get? Nothing. And that's a huge problem. If you make, so I think the real version.
Yeah. First of all, yeah, he totally cares about the American people getting nothing. He's so concerned with that. He doesn't even have time to notice that he's jumping around in his chair like a tumbleweed on crack. Let's watch. Watch. It gets worse.
Is like I made a lot of decisions when we began talking and knowing each other 10 years ago.
Look at him.
Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago.
Look at him.
Alex Crap has to chill, man.
When I made a...
Why is he jumping around like a magician who just had a bird get loose in his pants? What isn't that? Do you see this guy jumping around?
Decisions when we began talking and knowing each other 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago or more. When I made every decision Palantir made, FDAs, going public.
You tell me this guy's not on something,
right?
This guy's not. Is this guy not on something? Is he on something? He looks like he's on something.
Like, dude, it's crazy how obvious it is that all of them are high as fuck, bro. So fucking high. And they're in charge of our defense.
Come on. Normally he's just one of these guys who sits there. He is jumping around like he just
building products, enterprise, large data sets, going to government, acknowledging American superiority, being pro-meritocracy, launching an AI platform, calling into question that AI models would actually be able to perform without orchestration. Every single one,
the angel dust is wearing off.
Every single one of those was viewed as stupid. You know what I actually have grown to appreciate about capitalism? All the people who made the right decisions went broke, are going out of business, or now have to copy us. Microsoft wants ontology. Everyone wants to do FDEs. Everyone basically copies me and Palantir.
He's jumping around more than Big Gay L in a South Park episode. What is it? What is he? Tim Waltz at a rally? That was amazing. You tell me that guy's not on something?
Black Deathicus said the hottest Fed is Lana Del Rey.
Fussing around like a dove got loose in his pants. By the way, he's the same guy who said the U.S. will likely fight a three-front war: Russia, China, and Iran. Palantir's. That's his same guy who said that. Just keep that in mind.
That's his dream, anyway. That's what he's hoping for.
These people are extraordinarily evil, and they are marching in a world down a path of destruction and death. So just keep that in mind. Good catch, Laura Myers. He said that in August of 2024, and now he's jumping around like a quack on crack.
What is the biggest problem in this culture? I'll tell you the biggest problem. No one believes the institutions are credible. And why don't they believe they're? And I struggle to believe they're credible too, because these business leaders make completely stupid decisions. And they get bailed out. A year later, they're getting huge bonuses. And what do the American people get? Nothing. And that's a huge problem. Like, if you make, so I think the real version is, like, I made a lot of decisions when we began talking and knowing each other 10 years ago.
No.
Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago, or more. All
right, anyway. Jimmy Dore's he's got his finger on the pulse. Oh, and boys, on Saturday, look at what we've got to look forward to. Okay, look at this. Remember, okay, so what's his face? David Ellison, right? Larry Ellison's son merges Paramount with Skydance or whatever the fuck. And then they immediately, look at this rebrand from CBS News. Look at this shit. This looks like Fox News. These stars, what the fuck? And then Barry Weiss is this fucking shill Zionist cuck. And she's the head of CBS, bro. So anyway, she's doing an hour-long interview with Erica Kirk on Saturday. So we've got that to look forward to for Sunday, boys.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's. At one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been...
Dude, this woman is everywhere but at home with her fucking kids, right? I'm sorry, not to be a misogynist, but don't you think this is a pivotal time to be with your family? Dude. She'll be anywhere as long as there's a camera crew, you know what I mean?
one of the main
With
peddlers
her
of these
smoky JD
conspiracies.
Vance eye.
And she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business.
Dude, look at this. Dude, this CBS rebrand is kind of tight, actually. I love state-run media. I think it's cool.
Off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
And dude, look, they're trying to. It's like they're trying to sell Erica Cuck to all the libtard wine moms. Like, dude, fuck Charlie Kirk, fuck Erica Kirk. No one fucking cares, you dumb actors. Choke on an apple. Dude, she looks straight up evil. She is evil, bro. Yeah, like everyone's gonna immediately stop because she said it. Leave Charlie alone. Leave Erica Cuck alone. Alright, let's watch some fucking Bill Cooper.
Over time and time again on these things as you're trying to get the word out that you're a pretty aware person, as far as that, but you just go, well, I'm trying to get the word out, maybe I'll get screwed, maybe I won't, but I'm just going to go for it anyway. Is that your attitude, or what?
Well, it's been my attitude. Now my attitude is
Stop playing that song. Don't tell me what to do. I'll play it again. Are you talking about We Are Charlie Kirk? You best watch yourself, Ikind. I'll play it again. Don't tell me what not to do. I swear to God. Here, I'm just going to load it up just in case. Y'all really trying my patience tonight. Birds are eerily dying together. All right. It's right here. I'm going to load up the part too. All right. We are 1 hour since we've had a We Are Charlie Kirk incident. Let's see how long it lasts.
I just don't want that to happen anymore. So I'm very reluctant to believe what anybody tells me anymore.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Have you developed an intuitive sense, perhaps? Now, I mean, 'cause you know how that can do. It can start shutting you down from certain experiences or certain places where you might need to be.
That's true, and to a certain extent, I have an intuitive sense of where somebody's coming from, but it doesn't always work. That's what makes a con man a good con man, is that you get the perception that they're telling you the truth.
Okay.
And so someone who's really good at it,
right,
can snow you. Or me, anyway. I don't know about you.
Hold on 1 second. Let me grab my...
Oh, you're so right. We got to put We Are Charlie Kirk on the soundboard.
Okay, you want to wipe your face or anything? You got it. Okay. You all right, Robert? Mm-hmm. Robert, you set?
Dude, I do appreciate you saying fuck them Kirks, though. What do you think? Dude, fuck the Charlie Kirks. Of course we got to watch them, though. What do you mean? You think it wasn't fuck Charlie Kirk? Bro, fuck Charlie Kirk. I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. No, it's not Cat Dad. I like Car Dad. It makes me seem tough.
Yes, I am. Scott, you're set? Yes. Bill, you ready?
Yep.
Bill, well, thanks for agreeing to the interview. First of all, a little bit about your background. You had extensive military service for many years prior to 1970, where a certain aspect of that military service kicked upstairs, so you were able to see certain things that you were not able to see beforehand. Would you tell us a little bit about that?
It actually started much longer in my past than that. I was reared in the military.
Oh, I've got Milo telling me to take my shirt off and Yoga telling me to keep it on.
Military family. My father's an Air Force colonel.
I'm conflicted now. I don't know what to do.
He's retired now. He was a command pilot. And as a child, I remember sitting around I remember the pilots.
You're okay if we don't what? Put We Are Charlie Kirk on the soundboard?
Our house, sitting around the kitchen table, talking about their exploits in the cockpit and what they had seen in the skies. And some of that talk involved UFOs and what some of them called Foo Fighters. And I traveled all over the world, lived on military bases for most of my life. I was really an indoctrinated individual, you might say. I was as establishment as you could get, as gung-ho, pro-government, pro-America, pro-military. And that's why I went into the military, because that had been...
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. You're doing opposite day.
So much of my life. I went into the Air Force. I was in the strategic...
I've got Milo telling me to take it off, so I'm like, no. Dude, he does have Robin Williams arms. Don't tell Fittest Fed Earther. He's gonna start going on a rampage about Bill Cooper was Robin Williams based on his arms.
Strategic Air Command for 4 years as an aircraft.
Robin Williams does have thick, ropey, hairy-ass arms.
Missile hydraulic technician, which is, I worked on the pneumatic and hydraulic systems of B-52 bombers, KC-135 aircraft, and Minuteman missiles. I had a secret security clearance.
They all said it wrong. I bet you won't take your shirt off, Cat Dad. We all know you're not even down. Man, right? April, May can't come soon enough, boys. I'm gonna make everyone frickin' wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. We're gonna savor it, boys. I'll freeze here. My radiator was just on, so the sweatshirt's going back on in a few minutes when I get cold again. Dude, every fucking social media should, like Instagram not letting you put photos in the chat. That's the best thing about TikTok now. The best thing about TikTok is the comments, always. No one else's comments hit like TikTok comments. TikTok people are the funniest.
Where I saw my first atomic bomb. I mean, we worked around in these planes, especially the ones on the alert pad, were always loaded, ready to go drop these bombs at a moment's notice. But while I was in the Air Force, I met sergeants, men who were older than me, and had been in the Air Force for quite a while, told me that they had participated in projects that had recovered crashed extraterrestrial craft, what you call UFOs. And they never told these stories unless they had quite a bit to drink. So I never really believed it. I thought, well, these guys are running a scam on me, you know, even though I'd...
Oh, you don't mean stop playing We Are Charlie Kirk? I meant Erica in the interview saying stop playing it jokingly. Oh. Erica goes, stop playing We Are Charlie Kirk. Now.
Heard about these things.
No way, dude. She loves the We Are Charlie Kirk thing.
As a kid, I just still didn't believe it. It's just so far out in left field. It's not something that you really give any serious thought to until something personal happens, which came later. Well, I left the Air Force. I went into the Navy, which is really where I wanted to be in the first place. I'd always had this tremendous feeling and connection with the ocean. I was an excellent swimmer, but I had a problem as a child. I had chronic motion sickness. If I got in a car and we went on a long trip, I got deathly.
Oh wait, but did I answer your question? This is Bill Cooper. He's like he wrote Behold a Pale Horse, but he's been calling out the Freemasons and the New World Order since fucking 40 years ago. And dude, he literally died. Here, actually, let's...
Vamos a jugar en el 43. Ah, órale.
I don't don't think there are any. At one time, I thought that there were, simply based upon documents that I'd seen while I was attached to the intelligence briefing team of Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. At that time, and even for many years after.
He's basically just been whistleblowing about the government for fucking ever. I think he had a radio show. And then he died in a shootout with the fucking government, supposedly over, like, taxes or some shit, right? Wasn't it just over taxes?
Afterwards, I did not believe that the government would use me in that way. I had devoted my whole life to government service. I had been in the Air Force. I was in the Navy. I was a river patrol boat captain in Vietnam. I had proved myself. I had combat ribbons with the V for Valor. There was no doubt of my loyalty to my country. And maybe that's why it was so easy to use me, because I wouldn't doubt that what I saw was real. But over the years, I've done a lot of research. What I've discovered is there's no proof existing anywhere that extraterrestrials are real, or that have ever visited this planet, or that they exist.
Yeah, I think these goofballs be goofing us, kind of, on the fucking alien shit.
Just anywhere in the universe. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. There is lots of evidence, tons of it in fact, that there are a group of people collectively known as the Illuminati who want us to believe in some extraterrestrial threat from space so that they can cause a world government, you know, bringing together of all the people to resist that external threat. And the first time that I saw any reference to that, I was reading some papers from the Carnegie Endowment Fund, and there was a record of a speech. Well, it was a dinner for Viscount Ishii of the Japanese delegation, the Japanese imperial delegation, in 1917. And John Dewey was one of the speakers. And the first sentence out of his mouth as I was reading this almost fell out of my chair, because this was in 1917. And he said the best way to cause all people of the world to come together in one world government and end war forever would be if we were attacked by some other species from some other planet. And boy, that just clicked with me, and I knew that that this is just another scam. This is the age of deception. There's no doubt about it. And then 8 times during Reagan's administration, he inserted almost the exact same phrase into 8 of his speeches. And it's a scam. That's what I can tell you. It's just an incredible deception. And I'm just amazed that people...
wait, didn't Bill Cooper die like shortly after calling Alex Jones a fucking shill?
Have fallen for it in the manner that they have in the absence of any proof whatsoever. I don't think so. It's all bullshit. It's a lie.
Good evening. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm still William Cooper.
Milton William Bill Cooper's story didn't just start with his groundbreaking book, Behold a Pale Horse. Long before he became a widely known radio host and conspiracy researcher, he lived a full life of adventure, service, and controversy. Bill Cooper was raised in an Air Force family, which meant he spent much of his childhood moving around the world. He graduated from Yamato High School in Japan, giving him a broader perspective on life than most Americans. His early exposure to different cultures likely played a role in shaping the way he viewed government, authority, and global affairs. Eager to serve, Cooper first joined the United States Air Force, where he worked on B-52 bombers, KC-135 refueling aircraft, and Minuteman missiles. Holding a secret clearance, he gained first-hand experience with military operations. After receiving an honorable discharge in 1965, he didn't stop there. He went on to fulfill a lifelong dream of joining the U.S. Navy, despite struggling with chronic motion sickness. During his time in the Navy, Cooper served in Vietnam, working in naval security and intelligence. He became a harbor and river patrol boat captain in some of the most dangerous areas of the Vietnam conflict. His leadership and bravery in combat earned him several medals, including 2 with the V for Valor. By the time he left the Navy in 1975, he had worked his way up to first-class petty officer.
A shill is a fed, a faker, someone who will take money for lying.
An impressive achievement in just 8 years. After his military service, Cooper pursued a different path. earning a degree.
Yeah, I think we've listened to some Jordan Maxwell. I don't know him that much, but I think, what were we listening to him on? Was it some Chuck Swindoll shit?
In photography and starting a successful
Yeah, he's like Bill Cooper's like the OG Project Bluebeam whistleblower.
fine art studio. But his interest in government secrecy and hidden truths never faded. His research into classified projects, the Kennedy assassination, and UFOs led him down a rabbit hole that would define the rest of his life. As a lecturer, Cooper traveled across the United States, drawing massive crowds eager to hear his insights on government cover-ups, secret societies, and deep state agendas. His book, Behold a Pale Horse, became a cult classic, an underground bestseller that spread through word of mouth across all walks of life. Cooper's influence only grew with his worldwide shortwave radio show, The Hour of the Time. He used this platform to warn people about what he believed were secretive plans to manipulate and control society. His deep, authoritative voice and unapologetic style made him a force to be reckoned with, earning both dedicated followers and powerful enemies. His willingness to challenge authority even led to then-President Bill Clinton labeling him, quote, the most dangerous radio host in America, unquote.
Shut up, you pedophile
That was the greatest compliment he had ever received.
Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Shut the fuck up.
His outspoken nature also made him a target. He fought legal battles with the IRS, filed Freedom of Information Act requests, and took on powerful institutions that he believed were keeping the truth from the public. By the late 1990s,
Cooper died right after calling out InfoWars because the deep state's only chance against the truther movement is to split it red versus blue, which is what InfoWars did. Yeah.
Cooper was living in Arizona, where he continued broadcasting, writing, and advocating for individual freedoms. But his battles with the government intensified.
I was in the next town over running some business errands and came back, and he came rushing out to meet me. And he said the federal marshals were just here. I said, what? He said, yeah, they came up and they said they were going to serve me with charges. Towards maybe the last 8 months or so of his life, because of events happening around the world and then culminating in 9/11, as far as world-type events, Bill really turned the heat up on the people that would see this country's demise on his broadcast and on his website. And at that point, you could...
Bill Cooper would have absolutely known that Paul was Tim.
A person could tell if they had watched the happenings and knew the facts, not just the crap that was put in a paper here and there about Bill or the situation here, and had done the research that now it wasn't a matter of if but when for Bill's demise.
In 2001,
oh yeah, guys, and I don't mean that I don't think that aliens exist, period. I think that all the shit about that the government is telling us is all not aliens. All the stuff that they're saying they did is probably aliens or, you know, like angels or whatever the fuck. But, yeah. All the disclosure shit that they're doing, that should be fake.
Confrontation with Apache County Sheriff's deputies outside his home turned deadly.
The truck was parked. It was unmarked. No one was in uniforms. They did not identify themselves. That was it. They said that in their briefings the very next day. I was told by the law enforcement officials that were on site and ones that had to come up afterwards and get a briefing so they knew what went on roughly, because public was obviously going to be coming to try to come up here, and news crews and all whatnot. They had put out that Bill is not to be let back in that house alive. It was premeditated. It was put out, Bill will not be allowed back in alive.
Cooper was shot and killed during a raid.
Right here at Bill's home is where he pulled up. His front of this vehicle would be towards me. The other vehicle was parked with the front towards the other end of the street. Bill ran around the back of his vehicle, which would be towards the driveway. He then proceeded across his yard. This is when the shooting began, according to their reports. The vehicle that was parked here, besides his truck, which was pointed that way, he had bought for Jessica, his daughter, and then she didn't want it, so it was just sitting here. Sheriff Goldsmith ran around the back of it, which would be towards me, and got on this street side to use the vehicle as protection. At that point, Bill is approximately halfway in the yard and still running with his back towards him. They claim at that point he began shooting, which was with his right arm just thrown backward, haphazardly pulling the trigger of a .38 snub-nose Smith & Wesson. At that point, Goldsmith opened fire, hitting Bill several times. Bill fell down right where the porch would start, and the dirt would meet the concrete sidewalk next to the planter. You can just slightly see raised on this side favoring me from the front door. That's where he fell. And according to them, they quit shooting, and he was dead.
Leaving behind a complicated legacy. To this day, Cooper remains a polarizing figure. To some, he was a fearless truth seeker who paid the ultimate price for exposing corruption.
Anyway, Bill Cooper gunned down by the government. Go figure. And wait, when was that? A month after 9/11? What? What the fuck was Bill Cooper saying about 9/11 then?
Connection. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you're comfortable.
This is a week after 9/11. This is Bill Cooper.
Deep shock, because I'm going to make the connection between Osama bin Laden and George Herbert Walker Bush and his son George W. Bush.
They killed Bill Cooper less than a month after 9/11. This is what he's talking about a week after 9/11. Oh no, I didn't even realize this.
So you might want to listen very, very carefully. And I guarantee you...
Dude, it's all too funny. I mean, it's not funny that they killed him, but their timing is remarkable.
You're going to be...
Yeah, he was firing at them while not looking, so they fired into his back.
You're going to wake up, you're going to be shocked, you're going to be angry, and then some things are going to begin to make a whole lot of sense that never made any sense before. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly after or during Bush's tenure at Yale University, he was recruited into the Central Intelligence Agency. George Herbert Walker Bush, that's the father of the current president, who was our president at another point in our recent history, was deeply involved in the fiasco at the Bay of Pigs. All of this stuff is on record. It's been published in many, many books and reports and articles, for years. So you're going to have to go and look that up. Some of it can be researched on our website. There are some stories at the end of the one that we have on our exclusives page entitled America's New War. If you click on every single one of those links at the end of that story and read all of the text within those stories in separate newspapers and news services and websites, you will begin to pick up the web, and you will be referred to other links and sources so that you can verify all of this material for yourself. We've given that to you. In my book, Behold a Pale Horse, you can see some of the history of President George Herbert Walker Bush in connection with the Central Intelligence Agency, the drugs in the Golden Triangle, the connection between the Iran-Contra affair, drugs, Oliver North, Admiral Poindexter, and a whole bunch of other things, and that tremendous financial conglomerate known as Bank of Credit and Commerce International, otherwise known to researchers as BCCI. The Central Intelligence Agency, under George Herbert Walker Bush, and later under Vice President George Herbert Walker Bush, and even later under President George Herbert Walker Bush, assisted the Afghani freedom fighters in Afghanistan against the invasion and occupation of their country by the Soviet Union, in order to create the element that was needed to bind the various Islamic sex groups and different tribal affiliations under one concerted cause to fight the Soviet Union, the Central Intelligence Agency corrupted the religion of Islam and taught this corrupted version to special leaders that they recruited in order to teach it to others in cooperation with the Pakistani SIS. That's
Bro, this all makes a little too much sense a week after 9/11.
Their secret intelligence service. A lot of these schools and a lot of this instruction was conducted within the borders of Pakistan and in Afghanistan by operatives of the Central Intelligence Agency from America's SEAL teams and Special Forces sent to Afghanistan by the Special Operations Division of the Department of Defense, also known as the Special Operations Group, or SOG. All of this, too, is a matter of record. A friend and business partner of the Bush family for many years, the senior bin Laden, sent his son to help in this effort. The younger, Osama bin Laden, was recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency, trained by them as one of these special leaders to teach the corrupted version of Islam, the corrupted version that convinced all of these young, hot-blooded Muslims that they should participate in a specific jihad, or holy war, against the Soviet Union. Arms were furnished by the Central Intelligence Agency, and there were advisors from the United States of America with these people as they fought the war against the Soviets for all of those years. Now, for that as a background, and most of it already published and in the public domain in many different books and many different papers, many different reports, has come out in Senate and House investigating committees during their questioning. A lot of it came out during the so-called Iran-Contra affair, and in a whole lot of other investigations in and out of government. Most of you already know.
And think about it, dude. It really makes a lot of sense. All it takes is like 8 years to create like a fundamentalist sect, right? It takes getting like paying off 20 tribal warlords who go and, collect up all the kids or whatever, and then spend 8 years from the time they're 10 till 18, just kind of melting their brains, right? That's where all their fucking jihad bullshit comes from. The CIA. Love it.
Know these things. Those of you who don't, you're going to have to spend some time reading, researching, and catching up.
I think that picture of George Bush holding Behold a Pale Horse was like a Photoshop. I don't think that was real. I think it was like a funny picture. Maybe I'm wrong though, but it looked like it was Photoshopped.
Tonight, I'm going to give you some information that I have independently confirmed through my own research, and others have also independently confirmed in their own research, and you will find in various reports and documents and books, much of which can be found on the internet. Tonight I'm going to quote to you from a book entitled Fortunate Son, written by J.H. Hatfield. J.H. Hatfield. When this book was first published, ladies and gentlemen, the copies extant are already out to the public sector, were rounded up somewhat mysteriously. The publisher withdrew their support of the book. The plates used for printing the book were smashed, and the book was, the way they say it in the publishing business, put up on the shelf. I'm going to begin quoting from a chapter entitled Ties That Bind, beginning on page 54, second to the last paragraph. George W.'s early days, or early years, in Midland, Texas, coincided with heady days for West Texas, touched off by the 1973 Arab oil embargo, as the price of crude eventually soared to more than $30 a barrel, and economists predicted it would go even higher. The junior Bush desperately wanted a bigger piece of the action, to strike it rich like his father did years earlier, but without using any of his own money. In June 1977, he formed his own drilling company, Arbusto Energy. Arbusto in Spanish means bush. Like his father, who made his fortune in the oil business with the money of others, George W. founded Arbusto with the financial backing of investors including James R. Bath, B-A-T-H, a Houston businessman whom Bush apparently first met when they were in the same Texas Air National Guard unit. Tax documents and personal financial records in the public sector show that Beth, an aircraft broker with business ties to Saudi Arabia sheiks, had
Are the Bushes and like the Saudis, they gotta be like cousins, right? At this point.
invested $50,000 in our booster.
Oh, that's a good video about Alex Jones and... Wait, where'd it go? We are Charlie Kirk.
So, granting him a 5% interest in 2 limited partnerships.
We'll watch that after this. Yeah, send all the Bill Cooper links. Let's just have fun and watch Bill Cooper tonight or something. I don't know.
Which were controlled by Bush. In one of the most bizarre footnotes to history.
Dude, maybe I did realize that Bill Cooper, but maybe not. Less than a month after 9/11 is when he was killed. That's crazy, dude. By the fucking government? For what? Taxes?
Time magazine described Beth in 1991 as a deal broker whose alleged associations run from the Central Intelligence Agency to a major shareholder and director of the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, also known as BCCI, as it was more commonly known. It was closed down in July 1991 amid charges of multi-billion-dollar fraud and worldwide news reports that the institution had been involved in covert intelligence work, drug money laundering, arms brokering, bribery of government officials, and aid to terrorists. And I can tell you that's all true. An accounting commissioned by the Bank of England finally exposed the extent of BCCI's deficits and criminal offenses, forcing the bank's eventual collapse. Bath was never directly implicated in the BCCI scandal. But according to the Outlaw Bank, an award-winning 1993 book by Time correspondents Jonathan Beatty and S.C. Gwynn, Bath originally made his fortune by investing money for Sheikh Khalid bin.
Khalid bin Mahfouz.
That's Sheikh Khalid bin Mahfouz and another BCCI-connected Saudi,
BCCI.
Sheikh bin Laden. Allegedly, and he absolutely is, it's not allegedly at all, the father of none other than Osama bin Laden, the man accused by the U.S. government of
Yeah, Epstein is like BCCI 2.0. You're totally right.
masterminding the August 1998 terrorist bombings of the American embassies in Kenya and...
Yeah, is that what they started doing? They stopped using businesses as fronts and just started using like people as fronts? Is that able, or no? I don't know. Are they able to hide more that way or something? No, probably not.
Tanzania, which killed more than 250 people, and now the mastermind of the attacks upon the Pentagon and the North and South Towers of the...
Yeah, that's what's crazy, dude. They shot him in his own fucking front yard. They went and shot his ass in his own front yard less than a month after 9/11. 3 weeks after he made this episode and aired it.
World Trade Center buildings in New York City. According to news reports, in a 1976 trust agreement drawn shortly after Bush's...
So he was saying from... Like, I was little. I don't really remember. I didn't become conscious and know about 9... I mean, I feel like 9/11 was memed kind of... Actually, I don't think it was memed that fast. But... There were... Was it... Were there a lot of people saying that we did this at the time? That, like, the government did this? I remember it being made out to be, like, fringe and shit, but Bill Cooper was, like, a well-respected person, wasn't he? People liked his takes because he was kind of, like, grounded, I feel like. He had too many ears. Yeah, I guess there wasn't really memes back then. But eventually, after a few years, I feel like is when all the memeage started. They couldn't censor him because he was on shortwave radio. Yeah. But there were people immediately doubting it, because like people like Howard Stern, the minute it hit, he was like, we got to go over to Iraq and fucking bomb them. Like, calm down, buddy. Howard Stern's got to be like the biggest Zionist ever, right? Now that I'm thinking about it. Gotta be. Let me guess. Does he have like an IDF wife? Oh, publicly identified as a supporter of Israel and described as having views that align with Zionism. He has voiced strong, full-throated support for Israel on his radio show over the years. Dang, dude.
His father was appointed director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Now listen closely. Saudi Sheikh Salman bin Laden appointed Bath as his business representative in Texas. Bin Laden, along with his brothers, owned Bin Laden Brothers Construction, one of the largest construction companies in the Middle East. In a 1991 deposition, Bath testified he was the sole...
And Bin Laden they were Saudi, right? Bin Laden being in Afghanistan, like, he wasn't from Afghanistan. He was a Saudi. And who the fuck owns half of our media too, along with the Nazis, the Nazi Ellisons? The Saudis. Dude, if anything happens to me, it was the Saudis, okay?
Aircraft Leasing Limited.
Skyway Aircraft leased a $10 million Gulfstream II to the Abu Dhabi National Oil Co., which is controlled by Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the president of the UAE and the current owner of BCCI, Bath's partners in Skyway. One of four similarly named companies he controls are artfully hidden. The firm that incorporated Bath's companies in the Cayman Islands is the same one that set up a money-collecting front company for Oliver North in the Iran-Contra affair. Nice. Yeah, they're all Saudi royals, right? Bin Laden was a fucking Saudi. Are the current Saudi family related to the Bin Ladens? Yeah, is Mr. Bonesaw related to the Bin Ladens? Dude, we got to talk about 9/11 always. We got 60 in the chat, boys. Let's freaking go. Let's go.
A Houston company owned by Khaled bin Mahfouz. Bin Mahfouz had been a major shareholder in the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, which had been accused of using Mideast oil money to seek ties to political leaders in other countries throughout the 1970s and the 1980s. According to court documents that are on public record, Bath also swore that in 1977 he represented 4 prominent and wealthy Saudi Arabians as a trustee and used his name on their investments in the United States. In return, he received a 5% interest in their deals. Federal authorities...
What the fuck is this logo, bro? What is this shit? It doesn't seem like a nice logo. Seems kind of sinister.
Financial Crimes Enforcement Network and the FBI later investigated Bath after allegations were made by one of his American business partners that the Saudis were using Bath and their enormous financial sources to influence United States policy. Time reporters Beatty and Gwynn suggest in their book that the $50,000 Bath invested in George W.'s Arbusto Energy Drilling Company may have belonged to Bath's Saudi clients, since the Houston businessmen had...
No, there's a CIA Bin Laden double, Nick Osman. Bro, I like Obama being Bin Laden.
no money of his own at the time. The truth is, the only source of his investment money was from the Saudi investors whose names I have already quoted to you. Ironically, the money used to underwrite the first business venture of a possible future president of the United States may have been derived, at least in part, from the family fortune of Saudi terrorist Osama bin Laden. In 1990, in an attempt to distance himself and his presidential father from the growing BCCI scandal, George W. Bush stated in an interview that neither he nor the elder Bush had ever conducted business with James Bath. It was a bold-faced lie.
Go
Junior
figure.
went on record at the time as saying that he met the Houston businessman in 1970 when both were fighter pilots at the air.
I kind of see why they killed Bill Cooper in his front yard. He's kind of compelling. Speaks with confidence.
Air National Guard base at Ellington Air Force Base. President Bush, quote, knows Bath the way he knows thousands of people, end quote, his son told the press. And the two men could not be considered good friends. Another bold-faced lie. Quote, I've never done business with him, and I know the president hasn't either, end quote. Another bold-faced lie.
Pirate.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, a few months later, the release of tax documents and personal financial records into the public sector forced George W. Bush to admit that Bath had indeed been one of our Busto Energy's original investors. Bush said that to his knowledge, Bath's investment was from personal funds, and no available evidence existed to determine that the money came from Saudi interests, except for the fact that no personal funds of that magnitude could ever be located or ever be found on record to have belonged to Mr. Bath. A lot of questions remain unanswered as to Bath's motives behind his investment in George W.'s first business venture. But in light of the record of George W.'s father, George Herbert Walker Bush, his involvement with the recruiting and training of Osama bin Laden, his friendship with the bin Laden family and many other wealthy and well-placed Saudi Arabians in the Middle East.
I wonder if that beard is hiding how big that fucking chin is. What if Osama bin Laden is actually Paul? Remember, Paul at this time was supposedly working for a CIA group. They say in LA, but I don't see any pictures of it. I've seen no proof. Is this Paul Weisopel? Possibly. You never know. They could have had a face filter. Osama bin Paul Laden.
His involvement, his deep involvement in the oil industry, both in the United States and in the Middle East, and his involvement with the Central Intelligence Agency has convinced an awful lot of people that that whole financial enterprise, to be able to invest money into George W.'s fledgling business, was not only influenced but probably set up through the influence of his father, George Herbert Walker Bush.
Bro. I can't believe the government killed Bill Cooper. Peter Thiel, don't even try with me, bitch. I'm speaking on your ass every day, and you can't do shit. Gaia will snitch on your bitch asses. John Kerry looked into it. Oh my goodness. I'm sick of the Skull and Bones, bro.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society. It's so secret we can't talk about it. What does that mean for America?
He says it means that my dad watched me jerk off and he swallowed my spooge.
The conspiracy theorists are going to go, I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the rest. Number 322. You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us?
Wait, didn't this guy die? Didn't he die?
Not much, because it's a secret. Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code? I wish there were something secret I could manifest. 322, a secret number? There are all kinds.
Wait, who was that newscaster? Didn't he fucking die? Okay, here, before I forget, we'll listen to this 9/11 song. You know we're always looking for the next 9/11 bop. By Roy Shivers.
You know that somebody on a dialysis machine in a cave.
I have hot blood.
Stand down, didn't do war games of flying planes in the buildings that morning. Didn't do CIA insider trading. Didn't call Mayor Willie Brown and tell him not to fly and Ashcroft and everybody else. You know,
what really happened on September 11th when 3,000 citizens.
Wait, Bill Cooper knew that 9/11 would be blamed on bin Laden? Wait, he said that like before 9/11 happened? Someone said that Bill Cooper made a prediction that about 9/11. Is that true?
Sent it to heaven. Why the era fake bin Laden video confession? Why's the fairy tale version got so many questions? We're radical hijackers that will only use a box cutter sliced up pilots like a knife cutting hot butter. They had us frantic like a NASDAQ stock runner. They flew in planes like a Tom Cruise top gunner. But the story's bogus, I noticed. Dick Cheney ran 9/11 drinking Diet Sprite sodas. You only gotta look at how the buildings collapse. Bombs popping off, listen, cause I'm building effects. A controlled demolition had a molten bullet steel up at ground zero. That's the temperature to drown heroes. Fires in the buildings that were oxygen starved. People waving from the windows where the bombing had started. So let me get this straight. These fires couldn't melt people of glass, but they can melt 47 steel frames. World Trade 7 wasn't hit by a plane. And 5 p.m. collapsed and they couldn't explain. Now for the first time in history, a steel building melted in an 8 little.
This came out 18 years ago. Let's go.
How had it happened? Such a mystery. The owner said bullet and admitted they knew. That's Larry Silverstein, the partner with the Black Snow Group. They got the act all cool and made $6 billion stacking blood money dripping off of necktie collars. The South Tower burned for like 48 minutes while the buildings in Madrid burned for 28 hours. Shooting white hot flames, but they never collapsed. Ask your science professor, make him try and explain that. Or just watch the videos with concrete shooting out the blast point. You hear explosions at the blast point. C4 hit him like an asteroid. Planning a controlled demolition. Got a question you can ask Roy. You got a question you can ask Roy.
What you believe doesn't necessarily make it so. And so people say, well, how dare you, change my reality on 9/11? I don't want to believe it. Well, regardless of what you believe, the facts are still the facts. Let me just say this.
Yo, for real, why was Dick Cheney running hijacking drills? And why has George Shultz got a mind that can kill? And why they steal the footage when a missile hit the Pentagon? Why the stage terror like in Beirut, Lebanon? Why is it that no one never trying to intercept? Why would Rumsfeld stand out, orders so direct? Really, why was 9/11 such an inside job? Well, because the facts make it easy to solve. So the project for the new American century said we need to mobilize him with a new Pearl Harbor. Yeah, we got him by the chains, but we need to pull harder in a cashless society, control grid slaughter. So 3,000 citizens were martyred. The military budget seen jumping like a young Vince Carter. 9/11's really just a starter. They planted more terrorism all the way from here to Jakarta. And after the fact, they passed the Patriot Act. They let the
need a higher purpose.
And because they had to get a stake in Iraq. Bechtel, Raytheon, Dicor, and Halliburton contracts. Children get abducted like alien contact. In Abu Ghraib prison during military combat. Cheney's that man saying bomb that. I'm that vice president that played possum like a wombat. He stole the plan out of Operation Northwoods. Him and Scooter Libby burned crosses and they sport hoods. Peter Schumacher and his shadow government are running martial law takeover drills out of Fort Hood. See, they have more good CIA running crack. Teenagers popping more Viking than Laura Bush. Deficit, they run it up. $3 trillion missing from the Pentagon budget. The water supply drugging it. Why you think they loving it, loving it? Got a system where the terrorism happens because the CIA funded it. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's just a one-legged shield. Bin Laden's already been killed. Just false flag mind control, synthetic terrorism, comic book villains. Now Americans are scared of living blind to the 9/11 inside job. It's Roy Shivers to the truth like religion and God.
Face the facts. There's no debating it. All the evidence points toward David Ray Griffin's fourth scenario, government total involvement. That is a criminal element within the government. That doesn't mean your mailman was involved, or the cop was involved, or your cousin whose FBI was involved.
Yo, for real, why was Buzzy Crawdard selling airline stocks? Why is Bush's brain star where his hairline stops? Why do Pentagon officials all cancel their flights? Why does fluoridated water cause cancer in mice? Why would World Trade 7 all of a sudden collapse? Why was Dick Cheney planning for a war in Iraq? Really, why was 9/11 such an inside job? Well, because the facts make it easy to solve. Muhammad Atta trained as a spy up in Cali for the Able Danger program in a Monterey Valley. Then he transferred to a CIA flight school in Venice. FBI double agent terrorist apprentice with Cheney.
Wait, if this is Tim Osman too, look at that fucking chin, boys, right? More like Chin Osman. Damn. Got him.
Running drills like a dentist, remote control pilot and crashed into the World Trade Centers. And now he claiming that he can defend us. Halliburton's making $20 billion off of genocide agendas. Economy to topple like Jenga mass media that's running bigger scams than the credit card lenders. This new world order that we enter is David Rock it, knowing that the NSA ran at least 80% of it. They knocked down the towers like a tenement, ensuring that the military-industrial complex benefit. You hear the truth in my sentiment. Bush administration officials, they take reality and bending it.
It's called covert action. It's called compartmentalization. This is what they do. The CIA admits to hundreds of bombings all over the world.
I know, right? They dumped Osama bin Laden's body in the ocean, like, whatever, dude. Even when they announced that, I was like, what? I don't even believe you.
Why supposed hijackers traded Air Force bases? And why did Flight 93 land in 2 places? And why did they
Osama Bin Laden
place it with a drone? And why a Paul Wolf and Winston Richard Pearl talking with Sharon? Why did agents from Assad laugh at videotape? Why did FBI agents go and let them escape? Really, why was 9/11 such an inside job? Well, because the facts make it easy to solve.
I have official government documents for 9/11. I have official government documents for Operation Gladio. I have official government documents where they carried attacks out. Do you understand? That's the number one piece of evidence. Number two is the motive. And then we say, well, we don't want to believe this. Let's look at the evidence. And when you look at the evidence, only one country, and other governments have looked at this,
loose change still rules.
Forget somebody in a cave. Only one country can pull this off in America. Now, if you want to learn the truth, go to Infowars.com or PrisonPlanet.com and get Martial Law, my new film. It is my crowning.
So wait, what was Alex Jones saying at the time then? We'll watch the Alex Jones beef video. Like, dude, there's no coincidence that Bill Cooper was killed less than a month after 9/11. And he was right on the money, bro. Alright, that ruled. Oh, wait, real quick. This video is short. We'll watch the prediction video first.
Can you believe what you have been seeing on CNN today, ladies and gentlemen?
This was on
Can you believe it?
June 28th, 2001.
Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, his top lieutenants and colonels.
Dude, June, is this when Timothy McVeigh was executed? I wonder what Bill Cooper was saying about that.
Generals in their hideout. This is a CNN reporter with a camera crew. And he came out and told everybody within...
And that's crazy, bro. It's so staged now, obviously. CNN went and had a fucking... They went and did an interview with Osama bin Laden like 3 months before 9/11? Fuck off.
3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest...
But Alex Jones didn't used to be cucked, but didn't Bill Cooper always have a beef with him? Didn't Bill Cooper always say he was like a Fed or something?
Intelligence apparatus in the world with the biggest budget in the history of the world.
Oh, Alex was saying the same stuff? So he wasn't? Good. Yeah, what do you guys think? He was flipped and he wasn't always a Fed? Or he just does what they always do where they start soft. They say the right things and then they slip in whatever, then they turn into whatever Alex Jones is today. But Bill Cooper always hated Alex, right? What? Well, we have that video that we're going to watch in a minute.
Has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years and can't find him. The FBI also, under the leadership of Louis Freeh, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years and years and years and many years.
Yeah, right? Yeah, because he supposedly did like the 92 bombing or whatever, right? So all of a sudden CNN finds him? Like, come on, dude. And they're like, we're not going to tell the CIA where he is. We are journalists. We never give up our source, even if it's Osama Bin Laden.
And can't find him. some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And you know what his budget is? Zip, zilch, nothing. Now, that tells us two things. Either everyone in the intelligence community and all of the intelligence agencies of the United States government are blithering idiots and incompetent fools, including the entire apparatus of the FBI and all of their personnel, or they're lying to us. They're not looking for him at all.
Big if true.
And the second is the truth. You see, the CIA created Osama bin Laden.
Dude, Bill Cooper don't fucking miss, bro.
They recruited him. They trained him. They found his leadership. They brought them all together. They showed them how to fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, and when that was over, they still continued to fund him and train him, and they're now using him to help bring about world government by making him the big boogeyman, because they can't use Saddam Hussein anymore, because they needed a new boogeyman.
Wait, why is Ellen up here? Why is... Oh, because Bush is there. Never mind.
Big boogeyman, because they can't use Saddam Hussein anymore, because they needed a new boogeyman. A reporter from CNN and his little camera crew got in to Osama bin Laden's secret hideout.
Crazy.
And conducted an interview. If you don't believe me, tune into CNN. They're probably running it right now as I'm speaking. And if you believe it, you are one of the stupidest jerks that ever lived on the face of this earth.
Dude, I love Bill.
And whatever is going to happen that they're going to blame on Osama bin...
Bill was shot... Wait, they came at midnight? It was at midnight? Bill was shot by undercover cops at midnight and left to die on his front yard without receiving medical treatment. I feel like that little thing we watched fucking buried that lead.
Laden, don't you even believe it.
Whoa, whoa.
You are one, and conducted an interview. If you don't believe me, tune into CNN. They're probably running it right now as I'm speaking. And if you believe it, you are one of the stupidest jerks that ever lived on the face of this earth. And whatever is going to happen that they're going to blame on Osama bin Laden, don't you even believe it.
All right, I see why he had to go. I see why they had to get old Bill. Damn, bro, they fucking iced his ass. All right, the Alex Jones and Bill Cooper feud. Italian Lad 69 is this guy's name. Who made this? What does Bill Cooper say about disinformation?
Amongst the truths,
this is December 20th, 1996.
there are also a spate of rumors, disinformation, lies, if you will, designed to be thrown out so that whoever picks them up and carries them will be discredited. Entire movements have been destroyed by this method.
Who is Alex Jones? A bitch. Why did Alex have such malice towards Bill Cooper? I'll show you. Alex Jones said
and then he went around saying he never cussed.
Alex Jones said that William Cooper always cussed with zero proof.
The guy cussed on air. He cussed at everybody. He was yelling at the board op going, "You effing little idiot. You know, I told you to call this number to effing have me on."
Hey, Alex. Alex, it's all right, man. You calm down, dude.
No, fuck
okay.
you. Fuck you.
No,
this is the real radio show, punk.
Alex calls Bill Cooper an alcoholic.
Well,
why would Alex Jones care?
Bill Cooper was an alcoholic. Today, I think we had a few too many beers last night. I'm joking. We didn't know. Actually, we did.
Hold on, guys. We're doing a deep interview. Tell us
Tell us how you learned Leprechaun's secret powers. He's a devil weed dealer.
Every accusation is a confession.
Watch Leprechaun 5, 2008 Obama and all them. But, and I'm very tired, folks. But, now I forget the point. The point is, what was it about 4 years ago? Oh, yeah.
So what does William Cooper have to say regarding Alex Jones and his intentions?
The setup from the word go. This guy is not on our side. He's a commercial broadcaster, number one. And number two, he was never a member of the Patriot movement at all. All of a sudden, he started picking this stuff up.
However, that has not stopped Cooper from responding to Alex's lies. Listen.
Before we get started,
By the way, Cooper says the word bullshit twice, only after Jones said he swore. With no, who cares about the swearing?
Little discrepancy here. Apparently the other night, or within the last week, because I've been getting a lot of email about this, and I even received one telephone call. Apparently somebody called the Alex Jones broadcast and asked him why he didn't have me on the air, or asked him something about me. Alex Jones said he had me on the air once before, several years ago, and had to cut me off the air because of the foul language that I used. So on the air tonight, I'm going to tell you, Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, miserable, stinking little coward liar. Now let me say that again so there's no mistake about it. You can all tell Alex Jones that I said this, and I suspect he's listening because he does. Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, stinking, rotten little coward liar.
Yeah, people who swear are more trustworthy than people who don't.
I was only on the Alex Jones show one time. It was years ago, when I didn't know who he was, when I didn't realize what a liar and a coward and a sensationalist bullshit artist that he is. He was on one little FM station down in Texas. He wasn't on all the stuff that he's on now. And I agreed to be on his broadcast. That's when I was doing guest appearances on broadcasts, years ago. I was not cut off. I did not use any kind of foul language.
There was video of Bill Cooper getting shot? What the fuck? Oh, he was shot during the daytime?
Whatsoever. He treated me very well, and I stayed on for the whole show. Some of you in Texas know that that's true because you heard the broadcast and you taped it. Later, when I found out who Alex Jones was and what he was doing to the truth, and what a cowardly liar and sensationalist he really is, every time he called me after that, I have always refused to appear on his broadcast. Absolutely refused to lend him any credibility whatsoever by appearing on his broadcast. And that made him very angry. I've also revealed him for the lying sensationalist bullshit artist that he is by every once in a while bringing to your attention the lies and the deceit and the rumors that he spreads over the airwaves that are not good for any of us, and they're not good for the nation. They are especially not good for militia and patriots. The most disgusting broadcast he ever did was on New Year's Eve, the year 2000, the New Year's Eve, 1999, bringing in the year 2000, which he went completely out of his mind and claimed that Russia had launched intercontinental ballistic missiles with multiple warheads at the United States of America and actually panicked millions of people who were putting their children and their belongings in their cars and heading for the hills. Now, there's lots of things that can be said about me. Nobody needs to lie about me. Sometimes I am irritating. Sometimes I absolutely will not suffer fools and am just as rude as I can be. Nobody has to lie about me, Alex Jones. So I suggest that the next time somebody calls your broadcast and asks them about me, you tell the truth. There's lots of truth that you can tell about me. But don't ever lie on me, buddy, because I'll chop you off at your ankles. I will chew you up. I will spit you out for the lying, stinking, rotten little coward that you are.
Oh!
And that,
Stupid Jerks is so good.
ladies and gentlemen, is all I have to say about Mr. Sensationalist, lying, rumor-mongering, bullshit artist, Alex Jones.
Get him.
Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Cooper.
Hi.
Listen, that Alex Jones interview was directly after you.
It looks like Bill Cooper probably had about 100,000 listeners to his show.
You published the Veritas June 26, 1998 issue about the Cooper family being targeted by the feds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
And
back in 1990. Did he kick me off the air?
No, he's a liar, and you pointed it out, and I heard that interview, and you were nothing but cordial.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth.
That's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia.
Bye-bye.
Alex Jones is a miserable, rotten, little, stinking, cowardly, bull-faced liar. Boy, you know, all of these people ought to know better than to mess with me, because I don't take any crap from anybody. And if I'm not afraid of the whole machinations of the entire government Gestapo, what in the hell makes Alex Jones think that I would ever be afraid of his cowardly little rotten butt? Good evening, you're on the air.
Yeah, Bill. I just wanted to let you know, I verify what you said about that Alex Jones interview. They had it archived on the internet at one time, and I did hear that interview, and there was nothing wrong with what you did.
And I wasn't thrown off the air, was I?
Not a bit.
No. And that's the only interview I ever did with Alex Jones. As soon as I found out what he was doing and who he really was, he's called me back at least 100 times since then, and I've always told him to take a hike. So anyway, thank you.
Much. I love them. William Cooper. Bill Cooper shot dead last night about 1:30 in the morning Eastern Time.
It was in the morning. 1:30 in the morning?
Today, I guess in the mountain or Pacific zones, it was yesterday. Or
why would cops be going to his house at 1:30 in the morning?
And it's painful to watch all of this unfold. But it's happened. And it all started with the IRS, the private run-for-profit collection agency with the Federal Reserve coming after him. I went back and dug into the archives of the Arizona Republic and found the sheriff, when the feds were prodding him to SWAT team Cooper, saying, oh no, I don't want another Ruby Ridge, we're not going to do that. The question is, why after September 11th did they go after William Cooper? And we're hearing a lot of rumors out there of what has developed. Most people are just reading off the script from the Apache County Sheriff's Department, which I have here in front of me and which we posted on Infowars.com. I actually called the Sheriff's Department several times and tried to get the story of exactly what happened, and it is mirrored by their actual press release. They admit they were there luring him out of his home, luring him down the hill. He lives up on top of a mesa, those flat-top hills, so famous down.
Yo, wait, look at how the Los Angeles Times fucking reported Bill Cooper's death. A wanted militia figure who vowed that he would never be taken alive was killed by a law enforcement officer after he shot a sheriff's deputy trying to arrest him. William Milton Cooper, whose anti-government radio program included Oklahoma City bomber Timothy J. McVeigh as a fan, was fatally shot at his Eager, Arizona home after confronting deputies late Monday and shooting one of them in the head. Why were they at his house at 1:30 in the morning? Bro, that's crazy. I mean, come on, right? Gun battle ensued when Apache County deputies tried to arrest Bill Cooper on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and endangerment stemming from disputes with local residents in July and September. A handgun-toting Cooper fled when the deputies identified himself. He opened fire as two deputies closed in. The charges stemmed from run-ins with residents who drove up to his home atop a butte and stopped nearby, only to be confronted by a gun-toting Cooper who demanded that they leave, Volden said. The residents were not on Cooper's property. Well, they're close enough that he could talk to him. Paul loved Bill Cooper too. Isn't that awesome? Mark Potok, a spokesman for the Southern Poverty Law Center, which tracks militias, said Cooper was known within the movement for a shortwave radio show and a book called Behold a Pale Horse, in which he wrote about global conspiracies, some involving aliens. Federal authorities said Cooper had also spent years trying to... Wasn't his whole thing about that he thinks the aliens are fake from the government? Bro, this is a fucking hit piece. Holy shit. Federal authorities said Cooper has also spent years trying to avoid capture on a 1998 arrest warrant for tax evasion. They're just burying the man. He had vowed that he would not be taken alive, said Tom McCombs, a spokesman for the U.S. Marshal Service. Tom McCombs, that sounds familiar. Bro, man, fuck the Los Angeles Times. Holy shit, dude. We are Charlie Kirk.
Out in the West. Then he tried to get back to his house, drove around some of them. They began firing at him, so he jumped out and fired back, shooting a SWAT team member in the head, and then they claim they returned fire. I don't believe that for a minute. They love to shoot.
Yeah, this is what happens to someone when they go against the feds, not this Candace Owens shit.
They're grabbing children worldwide, raping them, and then chopping their heads off, blowing their heads off.
They're doing the same thing today with Osama bin Laden, and that's where I've been getting at. Can you believe what you have been seeing on CNN today, ladies and gentlemen? Can you believe it? Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama...
Yeah, isn't that what Bill said in that other video that we were watching? He said that he used to believe it. Yeah, Bill believed the alien stuff shown to him by his Fed handlers, but later found evidence they were tricking him.
Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, his top lieutenants and colonels and generals in their hideout. This is a CNN reporter with a camera crew. And he came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence...
When did he say this?
...intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest...
He said this in June?
...budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years, and can't find him. The FBI also, under the leadership of Louis Freeh, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years and years and years and many years.
Like, dude, the fact that they went to go serve, like, a warrant on him at 1:30 in the morning is nuts. Especially if this is from, like, a dispute that's, like, months before. Why the fuck would you go at night? What are you talking about?
Can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And you know what his budget is? Zip, zilch, nothing. Now, that tells us two things. Either everyone in the intelligence community and all of the intelligence agencies of the United States government are blithering idiots and incompetent fools, including the entire apparatus of the FBI and all of their personnel, or they're lying to us. They're not looking for him at all.
Bro, Bill Cooper was the fucking king, bro. Holy shit, yeah. It's just logical. Does this guy sound like a militia member? He just sounds like a dude who fucking gets it. Dude, crazy, right?
And the second is the truth. You see, the CIA created Osama bin Laden. They recruited him. They trained him. They found his leadership. They brought them all together. They showed them how to fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, and when that was over, they still continued to fund him and train him, and they're now using him to help bring about world government by making him the big boogeyman because they can't use Saddam Hussein anymore. Did you ever hear of Osama bin Laden before you heard of Saddam Hussein? When did you start hearing of Osama bin Laden? It was after Saddam Hussein and Iraq were supposedly neutralized in the Gulf War, because they needed a new boogeyman.
Right?
But they're not looking for Osama bin Laden, because I'm telling you right now, if I were the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, within 2 weeks I would have him dead or in custody.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It took them 10... how long? 10 fucking years to get him?
Without fail. Without
fail. If I had those assets and that money, he would be mine. I would own his terrorist ass within 2 weeks without fail. A reporter from CNN and his little camera crew got in to Osama bin Laden's secret hideout and conducted an interview. If you don't believe me, tune into CNN. They're probably running it right now as I'm speaking. When in hell are all you people going to wake up?
Right? Damn, bro. Bill Cooper's a shit.
With boats or anything. I couldn't ride on the things at the carnival that went around and around because it just made me tremendously ill. But I decided after I had gone through the Air Force experience that, sick or not, I was going to go in the Navy because that's really what I had wanted to do. So I did. Volunteered for submarine duty and was assigned to the USS Tyru, SS-416, which was a diesel-electric boat, World War II type, that had been reconfigured. When I went on board the boat, it was in the dry dock at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and had literally been cut in half. And they put in a 12-foot sonar section and then 3 domes on the deck for triangulating targets using sonar. And this was really one of the most up-to-date electronically submarines that we had. It wasn't a nuclear submarine, but as far as the ability to approach, get close to a target and destroy it, it had a better capacity to do that than any other boat that we had. While we were on a transit from the Portland-Seattle area on the surface, I was the port lookout, and I saw the most incredible thing that I think I've ever seen in my life. And it had such a profound effect upon my view of the universe and the world that we live in that I wish everybody could experience this. I saw come up out of the ocean, from beneath the surface of the sea, a huge disc-shaped craft about the size of a Midway-class aircraft carrier, which is tremendous in size.
Oh, so we did believe it.
Even though that's one of our smallest carriers there was then. It's still a huge, tremendously big object. Came up out of the ocean and rose into the air and tumbled on its axis and went up into the clouds, and I was awestruck, dumbstruck. And I mean dumbstruck, literally. I could not utter a sound. And my first impulse was to tell the officer of the deck that I'd seen a flying saucer, and then luckily for me I couldn't talk because on second thought that's not what I really wanted to say because I didn't want to be the only Looney Tunes character on a submarine with a tight-knit crew that you had to live in close quarters with because that's a hell of a way to live. So I told the officer of the deck that I'd seen something about 15 degrees off the port bow at a relative distance of about 2.5 nautical miles. And he began to look in that area. And the starboard lookout had heard me tell him this, and he began to look over there. And while we were all three watching, either the same craft or another one exactly like it came down out of the clouds, tumbled again on its, why it did this maneuver, I don't know, but every single time it did it. It's like it came down in this attitude, and then it flipped over, and then entered the water. And the water just appeared to open up in front of it. It's just like the account in the Bible about the parting of the Red Sea. That's exactly what happened. The sea actually parted in this.
This is the interview you think he got godded for? This is from 1992, though. He lived another 9 years.
Thing went into the water and then closed up behind it. And this big spray went up into the air. But it wasn't a spray from the craft hitting the water. It was a spray from the water coming back in to fill up this hole that had been created. And again, I'm thinking, this is incredible. What are we looking at here? And it was metal. It was a machine, and it wasn't glowing or anything like that. It didn't have any lights on it that we could see. But it was obviously metal, and it was obviously a machine. And although I can't tell you that there was anyone inside of it, I believe that there was. And it did something that, as far as I knew, was absolutely impossible. I'd been in the Air Force. I'd worked on the state-of-the-art of our aviation capabilities, and here I was on the deck of a submarine in the conning tower, and I knew what we had to be able to have to go underwater, and I knew that the two were incompatible. Here's something that came from under the water and flew in the air and performed maneuvers, and then came back down and interfaced with the water at tremendous speed and remained intact, which realistically it never touched the water. The water just sort of magically opened up in front of it, but something had to interface with that water. anything that we had that interfaced with the water in that manner would have been disintegrated. It's like hitting a brick wall. So I was looking at a technology that, as far as our laws of physics and what we knew at that time, didn't exist. This was in 1966. Ensign Ball was as shocked as I was. He called the captain to the bridge, who came up with the chief quartermaster, who brought a camera. And we all stood there and watched this occur over and over again for about 10 minutes. And I still, to this day, don't know if it was the same craft or a whole bunch of different craft going in and out of the water. But it seemed like that there was a hell of a lot of traffic on that freeway right there. And we were watching it as we went by. We never changed course. We never lowered or increased our speed. We made no attempt to communicate or signal. We made no attempt to get closer. And eventually, it just stopped. We were told not to discuss it with anyone, not even amongst ourselves, which was incredible. I never had been told anything like that in my life. You know, you can't talk about something. And to be told that we couldn't even talk about it amongst ourselves was even more extraordinary, I thought. But we didn't. We didn't talk about it. When we got to Pearl Harbor, all the time, the chief quartermaster was taking pictures of this. So I know photographs were made. What happened to those photographs, I have no idea. But when we reached Pearl Harbor, we were not allowed to go ashore to go on liberty, even though we didn't have the duty. And about 2 hours after we berthed at the submarine base, a commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence came on board and debriefed each one of us individually in the captain's stateroom. And the ultimate outcome of the debriefing was that we didn't see anything, we didn't hear anything, and we had to read rules and regulations that told us that if we ever talked about what it was that we didn't see, that we could be imprisoned, we could be fined $10,000, we could lose all pay and allowances due or ever to become due. And I learned at that moment that the United States Navy didn't want anybody to know about what we saw, and that severe consequences could come down around the neck of anybody who did. And that was when I understood fully that, yeah, there's a real cover-up. These things do exist, number one, and at least the United States Navy doesn't want anybody to know about it. And there's stiff penalties for anybody who bucks that.
Mm-hmm. Moving forward a few years from, 1966, I believe, you gained a special security clearance that revealed to you certain documents, or were revealed to you, or that you saw, relating to this very cover-up.
To this and many other things. I was eventually trained by Naval Security and Intelligence, and I was given a secondary NEC, which is Naval Enlisted Code, which was 9545, which is Internal Security Specialist. And an Internal Security Specialist is someone who protects classified information, protects areas, so to speak. And I had a specialty, which I was trained in, which was Pacific Area Intelligence Briefings. And I was eventually assigned to the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, who was Admiral Bernard Clary at that time, and served as a member of his intelligence briefing team. And basically all that means, we really had a wonderful job. You come in about...
His shirt screams mama's boy. That's why we love him.
4 o'clock in the morning, and you go through all the message traffic and everything. And what you do is, what we did was we prepared an updated briefing on everything that was happening in his half of the world, which he commanded the naval forces and marine forces, as a matter of fact. And put all this together in a briefing where we would update him on ongoing operations, brief him about operations that were scheduled to begin, political situations, deployment of Soviet forces, naval forces, everything. And after the briefing was finished, between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning, then we were done. We were finished. So it was what you call fat cat duty or gedunk duty in the Navy. It's got all different kinds of names. It's just really a wonderful job. Now, to be able to function in this job, I had to have a security clearance, which gave me access to the information that I had to need to know to help prepare these briefings. And when I first was assigned to the command, I was attached to the OPSTAT office under Lieutenant Commander Mercado, which was operational status reporting, and while I waited for my security clearance. And it took 6 months to get it. What I eventually ended up with was a top secret Q clearance with an SCI attachment, which means sensitive compartmentalized information, and there were no blocks. In other words, there was nothing confining me to only certain compartmentalized information. I had access to whatever the Admiral and his staff had access to, because we had to prepare briefings and brief these people on all of these things. And I'm sure that at first I was tested and wasn't shown a whole lot, but eventually when they began to have confidence in me I began to see things coming across my desk that were just absolutely incredible. And a lot of it is really hard to talk about because it's so far outside the normal concept of reality for the average American that they're going to find a hard time believing any of it. But I saw documents that were labeled under the classification top secret, and the compartmentalized the compartment that was put into was called MAGIC, M-A-J-I-C, which told me that UFOs are real, which I already knew. I'd seen one.
Right.
But this went farther than that. It told me that they were extraterrestrial in origin, that there were 4 different extraterrestrial species or races visiting this Earth, and that they had actually entered into an agreement with the United States government with one of these species of alien beings to exchange technology. And it told me all the projects that was underneath this. Project Red Light was actually the testing of extraterrestrial craft. Project Plato was a diplomatic project. Pounce was the recovery of technology. Pluto was the application of that technology to our own secret space program, not the public space program. There are 2 different space programs. One is what the public gets to see, which is overseen by NASA, and the other one is a secret space program that nobody gets to see, which is really overseen by the Navy Department under specialized, compartmentalized black projects. And
Ocean.
And what these people are doing in secret is just absolutely incredible. I also saw documents under an operation called Operation Majority, which outlined the plans to bring together a one-world government. It also included extraterrestrial information within that. Project Grudge, which was the second project. First was Sign, and then Project Grudge, which contained all of the extraterrestrial information up to a certain point. I forget the year cutoff. And then it was contained after that in another project called Project Aquarius, which was the accumulation of the whole history of alien interaction on planet Earth. But I have to say at this point that I don't know if those documents were really telling the truth or not. They could have been showing me these things so that eventually I would go out and talk about this.
Exactly.
And maybe that'll become clear to you later why they may have done that. It could be real.
Dude, it would make sense. Think about it. They want to slowly disperse that aliens are real, right? Well, you have a captive audience in your military that you can basically do literally anything to, and they can't complain about it. And then the shit that you're using to, trick them is by wherever they are, because it's just the military hiding it from, everyone. But yeah, this would be a good way to disperse this to the population without, how do you make it look natural, right? I don't know.
At this point, from a personal standpoint, what was it that, based on your experience in '66, and they said, absolutely do not reveal this to anybody, and here we are a few years later, and you're seeing documents that prove that what you saw was real. What was the one factor or a number of factors that led you to the decision to say, I've got to get this out, I've got to tell people about this?
I saw contingency plans called Majestic. And these contingency plans were to, first place, a contingency is a plan that can be implemented if certain things occur. And the certain things that would have tripped this contingency plan are, number one, the public sector is getting too close to the truth, so they have to implement this to get them steered off the track. Or number two, we don't want to tell the public the truth about the alien presence, but there's so much alien activity occurring that the public is on the verge of finding out anyway. Let's tell them this story so that it doesn't cause consequences that we don't want. And that plan was called Majestic. I was in a bookstore one time. I'd never seen UFO magazine. Didn't even know it existed. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a UFO culture in the world of people who study UFOs or worship UFOs or have little UFO meetings. I had no idea that was occurring. I was in a bookstore one time and I was looking at the magazine rack. I'm an avid reader and I'm always in bookstores. And this one day I saw a magazine just popped right out at me, at UFO. And I picked it up and I looked inside, and here is Majestic, all right there. And even the people who had been named to implement the plan were the ones who were actually implementing it. William Moore, Stanton Friedman. I'd never heard of Jamie Chanderay, but he was named, and they had brought out a supposed genuine document called the Eisenhower Briefing Document, which in reality is a fraudulent document. It's a fake, and it was created to implement the plan Majestic to either indoctrinate the public on what the government wants the public to perceive is happening, or to steer researchers away from the truth, or both.
So this wasn't revealing the plan of Majestic, but it was actually implementing the plan.
Implementing the plan against the public. It was a psychological operation against the public.
So this is what you saw.
So immediately my head began to spin around, and I began to think, God, I've got to tell people that they're being manipulated. This is a lie. And it really, if the public were using their own intellect, they would know that it was a lie. The executive order quoted for this document was in the 92,000 something. I believe it was 92447, which is 92,447. And it was supposedly written by Truman. But Truman never wrote an executive order higher than 9,000. I mean, even today, there's no executive order with the number 92,000 on it. They've been consecutive since the beginning.
So it was clearly fraudulent.
So it's clearly fraudulent, but the public doesn't catch on to this. And here you got Stanton Friedman, one of the guys who implemented the contingency plan, Majestic, running around the country telling everybody it's not an executive order, it's a date, September 24th, 1947, which it very well could be a date. But it's listed in that document as being an executive order of the President of the United States, Harry Truman. And because of that, it's fake. And many other things. But specifically, that is the most glaring proof of fraudulent intent in the document. There are many other things in the document that also prove it's a forgery. But here they are. They're running this contingency plan, and here I am. I know all about it, and here's the public out there biting on it. They even ran that thing in the New York Times, like a 2 or 3 page spread showing all the documents. So it had tremendous credibility lent to it by that action. And so I decided that I had to tell the public and get people on the right track, which is, the right track is don't believe anybody. Don't believe me. Don't believe George Bush. Don't believe anyone. You got to go out and you got to get proof in your hand before you can believe anything. And to do otherwise today is the biggest mistake that anyone can ever make. You begin believing people, putting your trust in them, that they're telling you the truth. I guarantee you're going to take a ride on a roller coaster you don't want to be on.
And this controversy, and I say the very understatement controversy.
Yes.
It also is now extending, based on some things that you're revealing, into the Kennedy assassination.
Yes, in the set of documents, which really was literally 2 or 3 file cabinets of documents called Operation Majority, I saw documents which told me what happened in Dallas and why. And basically what these documents said was that the intelligence community felt that John F. Kennedy was a threat to the national security, which translated into reality means was a threat to the New World Order, the one world government which they were actively in the process of forming.
Was there anything on record that indicated that he was out to, things that he did would threaten that New World Order?
Oh, absolutely. He had written an executive order. I don't remember the exact number now, but it's available to anybody that wants to go look it up. He had written an executive order ordering the printing of United States notes, which would have broken the back of the Federal Reserve, which is one of the major instruments of propelling the United States into the New World Order by destroying our economy, the basis upon which we live, the basis upon which our whole society is founded, is being ripped right out from under us. That was one. Number 2, he refused to provide air support for the invasion of Bay of Pigs, which ensured that would be a failure. He had threatened publicly on several occasions to disband the CIA and scatter it to the 1,000 winds. He had ordered, in the documents that I saw, he had ordered the intelligence community to prepare a plan to disclose the truth about UFOs to the public. Now, I don't know what that truth was. Could be that maybe there are no extraterrestrials. But whatever the truth was, he had ordered a plan to be prepared that disclosure was going to be done according to that plan within the following year. And the intelligence community considered that to be out of the question. And according to the documents that I saw, his assassination was ordered by the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group, which is really the secret world government, and was carried out by agents of Division 5 of the FBI, the Secret Service, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Office of Naval Intelligence, of which I was a part, in Dallas.
No, Ferry, I think that photo looked photoshopped. It looked like the Behold a Pale Horse covers, like the saturation looked like it was different than the photo. So I think it was a Photoshop, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was like a joke.
It said that the assassin, the man who actually administered the head wound, was the driver of the car, William Greer, a Secret Service agent who used an assassination pistol built by the CIA for assassinations that was really an air gun.
The perspective of some of the covers didn't look right, too. It looked like a good but like goofy like Photoshop to me.
that fired an exploding pellet or could fire a small hypodermic needle or a poison dart using any one of many different deadly poisons. Specifically, it said that he fired an exploding pellet which contained shellfish toxin, and that the act was plainly visible in a film withheld from the public. I looked for 16 years to find that film, and I finally found a copy that showed William Greer turn around and shoot the president. And since 1988, I've been showing that film wherever I'm able to show it to wake people up. It is not our government, though you have to understand, that is doing these things. It is not our government that's failing us. It's not the Constitution or the Bill of Rights that's a bad instrument. It is a group of men who belong to secret societies who have infiltrated our society and our government at all levels and are destroying it and subverting it from within. And every member of naval intelligence that I knew who was an officer was a 32nd or a 33rd degree Freemason. And I asked my commanding officer at one point, I said, why are all you guys Masons? He said, Masons are used to keeping secrets. It's part of their fraternity. So if you want someone who already knows how to keep a secret, you recruit Freemasons. Well, later on, I found out what the truth is. The truth is you're not going to be a naval intelligence officer unless you are a Freemason or a member of the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, but you have to be high degrees for that. I think the reason I was selected as enlisted men is because I had belonged to the Demolay Society. Which is what? As a teenager. That's sort of the first level of Freemasonry. That's how they recruit teenagers and indoctrinate them into their principles so that they go right into Freemasonry when they become an adult. So basically that's the story. Yeah. Okay.
Well, based on the information that you're revealing, which would seem to be equally or if not more of a threat than what Kennedy was originally planning on doing, is actually revealing the underlying cause of all of this. Why is it that you are here today, or how is it that you are here today and you're not, conveniently taken away and put in a padded cell somewhere so that you can't speak of these things?
Well, I really don't know the true answer to that question, because you would have to ask them to find out why they haven't done anything. But I can tell you this, I began to reveal information in 1976, and I was physically attacked on 2 occasions. My skull was caved in, that's what all these scars are here. On the second attack, I lost my leg. They visited me in the hospital. They had no intention of killing me. They were delivering a message to me. Shut up. And that was the message that came through loud and clear.
That's fucking rude.
And 2 men who identified themselves with identification cards who belonged to the Defense Investigative Service, which is really the Defense Intelligence Agency.
All right, boys, hold on one sec. We got to take a small little break because it's 8:29. Do you know where your children are? They're probably at the Cosmic Ripple Dipple Dipple Doot 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 Doot. Hey, take a look at this. The Divine Feminine Organite Pyramid, Quartz, Amazonite, Rose Quartz, Moonstone. The hand is not included. Ooh, take a look at that sigil, boys. Beautiful. We love that top down. Ooh, butterflies? What the hell? Beautiful. Radiate divine feminine power. You can today. Ooh, nice bottom. All right, boys. Thanks for your support. Aliens exist. Tom DeLonge says so. He even wrote a song about it. Truth. Hey, Mom, there's something in the bathroom. Wait, is that the UFO song?
Asked me if I was going to shut up or they were going to have to
Butterflies not included, correct.
do it right. And I told him, I said, you don't have to worry about me. I'm going to be a good little boy for the rest of my life, and yeah, I'm going to shut my mouth. And I did for 16 years. Kept silent until I saw this. Is
that a cat?
This UFO magazine in a bookstore, which indicated that they had implemented the contingency plan called Majestic. But if you want to know what I think the reason is, I believe that there are several. One, they've had a plan that's been in force since the 40s to debunk, ridicule, destroy anybody who ever talks about these subjects. Yeah. And the public has been thoroughly indoctrinated that if you talk about any of these things that I'm talking about, you're just another nut. So the public, by and large, doesn't pay any attention to it. So in that sense, I'm not a threat. If the president...
I mean, bro, literally, that fucking Los Angeles Times article is such a hit job. He is... Look at him now. He looks like a fucking prophet, dude. And they're like, he's a fucking militia member, so that no one no one rallied behind him. Revolutions have been started for way less. Someone made a TikTok about that the other day that I saw, and they were like, dude, we got to get our act together. Other revolutions have been started over like the cost of tea. What the fuck are we doing?
It had come on television and said, hey, this is what's going on, then they would have listened and they pay attention to it. But people like me, they perceive me as being just another loony bin, fruitcake, and nut, which I assure you I'm not. But that's the perception that they've been brainwashed into believing. And so that's what they believe. Number two, I'm so much in front of the public from the very beginning when I began to talk. And that's how I protected myself, or at least that's what I thought would protect me, and so far it's proven to be right, was that if I got literally in front of the public overnight, in front of a large public, that they wouldn't do anything to me because it would substantiate what it was that I'm saying. And they certainly don't want to do that. It would also create a martyr. And martyrs create tremendously dangerous political movements that they don't want that either.
Hence why they had to do a fucking hit job on him with the LA Times and I'm sure every other newspaper in America.
So literally within a 24-hour period, I spent 20...
We're having our minds melted by TikTok activism. What do you mean? Like the TikTok influencers? So that people can't get smart?
$7,000 mailing a TikTok.
Oh, yeah, because we don't do anything? Yeah. Yeah.
Information all over the world to people I'd never heard of, didn't know. We went down and got some mailing lists and just mailed this stuff all over the world. And so literally, when people open these packages in their mailbox, and it was a perfect plan because they couldn't stop it. They didn't even know I was going to do it in the first place. And since we sent it all over the world, once it was out, there's no way they could retrieve it. At least no way that I can conceive of. So literally within 24 hours, I was a public presence. And people were asking all over the world, who's Bill Cooper? Is this true? Look what I got in the mail. And just literally flipped the world over on its ear. And I've been in front of the public ever since. So I think basically those are the reasons. They don't believe that the public's really going to listen to me, and so far that's been true. There is a small group of people all over the world who are awakening, who are beginning to understand that they've been living their life in fantasy land, and who are actively seeking the truth. But by and large, when the secret power structure says, as I've put in the first chapter of my book, right out of one of their own technical manuals, that a nation or world of people who do not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence, and thus are stakes on the table by choice and consent, they're absolutely right about the majority of people. It's one of the things that has been an illumination to me, is that they're not always wrong. And many of their goals are the right goals, but the method that they're using to reach that goal is the wrong method. In other words, if you set out to create a perfect world where there will never be any more killing, but to reach that point, you kill 2 billion people, you have become what you're trying to avoid.
Right.
And it can't happen that way. If you want to create a world of peace, it has to be done by peaceful methods. Yeah, if you murder someone to destroy a murderer, you have become what it was you set out to destroy, and thus it wasn't destroyed at all. It was perpetuated by that very action. And that's what these men are doing. They rationalize everything they do so that they feel better about it. But what they are doing is becoming what it is that they want to get rid of. And the world will never be a safe place for anyone as long as there are men who do these things.
Very eloquently said. Thank you. Now, your message to people, once again, is don't believe anything. How is it that the public can find this and search for this truth on their own if they can't believe anything or anyone? What can they do?
It's all in the public sector. It's all available to anyone who actively and diligently seeks it out. Everything that's in my book, Behold a Pale Horse, is everything in here, all the documents that are in here, everything that's in this book is in the public domain.
Can be substantiated?
Yes, and I intentionally wrote this book not using anything that wasn't available to the public to show people that yes, if I can find this information, so can you. I have tons of stuff that's not available to the public. But as you can see by reading this book, you don't need that stuff because it's what you need is available to you. Public libraries are overflowing with the proof of what's really going on in the world, but nobody really utilizes it to the extent that they're able to pick this out and put it together. Another thing I've done for people is I put it together for them so that they can see the overall picture, rather than looking at small things and thinking that it's isolated. Nothing is isolated. It's all part of a big puzzle, and the puzzle is coming together, and when the puzzle is assembled, it's going to be a one-world totalitarian socialist government that nobody's going to like except the people that are running it. It's Hitler all over again. And the rationalization is, we're going to create the world without war.
The utopia.
The utopia. But they will never create that utopia because they're not dealing with the problem that makes them want to create it, and that is the inherent flaw in each individual human being that makes us do the things that we do. Until that's overcome, there's never going to be a world without war, or without rape, or without killing, or without robbery, and anybody that thinks that there is has already gone off the deep end.
So the method is, here, I'm going to hold a gun to your head so you won't rape, you won't kill.
What is this, Peppa? Oh my god. You're gonna want to watch this. It's short. It's 27 minutes long. It's short. Tom DeLonge's definitely a Freemason. Wait, he has the Freemason thing as his fret markers? Is that for real?
6 or 7 stories underneath the Pentagon. They got out and they walked down this big long white tunnel. They get in this little car, and the car goes, he said went like really fast for I think 20 minutes underground. They get out and they walk through another white tunnel, and his boss looked at him and said, things aren't always like as they seem or something. It sounds like a movie. And right in the middle on this desk was this little short.
Dude, they were the best, right? Oh man, Blink-182 used to have everyone's hearts and minds.
Type of thing with bigger black eyes, and he said instantly every like little bit of emotion, fear, pain, like happiness, everything came out at the exact same time.
You can kind of see where we're going. Why do we have Freemason symbols on our clothing? We don't talk about that.
I think we're all well aware by now that Tom DeLonge has long held a deep fascination with the alien and UFO subject. From writing songs about them in the late 90s to meeting with Air Force generals, and in 2017, eventually trying to be the first person who ever publicly funded a UFO. Now, as a Tom DeLonge fan, we don't really like to talk about that, but it is true. And you know, to the uninitiated, this might sound ridiculous, but Tom's company, To the Stars Academy, was actually co-founded by some super interesting people, such as physicist and former Scientologist Hal Puthoff. There was multiple
That one tour that Blink-182 and Green Day did together was fucking sick, bro.
CIA officers in there, such as Jim Semivan and Lou Elizondo. And the big one that doesn't really get talked about much was, of course, Lockheed Martin Skunk Works program director, Steve Justice. And unsurprisingly, To the Stars Academy failed to live up to pretty much everything that they had initially set out to do. Almost all of the aforementioned names soon parted ways with the company and with Tom. But it was around this time that Tom DeLonge started to make some of his most famous interviews on the subject, claiming that UFOs were actually time machines, that humanity has long been manipulated by a higher intelligence, and that these government officials that he was talking to refer to them as the others. He even went on to say that the myths of Atlantis and the Greek gods are in fact real.
There's connections to, man, you won't even fucking believe it. I'll tell you that. Please. Atlantis.
Atlantis, the sunken city?
Yeah. There's a very advanced group that left after a catastrophe and hung around in a small outpost here, and throughout time would push civilization forward, and that's who the Greek gods were.
But the big question through all of this has always been, how does this random rock star manage to get one-on-one with senior military...
Dude, you saw them at Summerfest around 2011? I may have been there. I saw them a couple times. Was it Summerfest or was it just at... I feel like I saw the... Was it 2011? I feel like I saw them toured earlier than that, but it was at the Summerfest grounds.
brass and intelligence officials. In particular, Tom DeLonge, who has made a career out of being on stage talking about your mum jokes, dick jokes, and fart jokes.
Butt-eating duck suck fucker!
How did that guy start a company with a founder of CIA's remote viewing program and counterintelligence officers? Like, even with his very keen interest on the subject, it's all
like, who's Tom DeLonge's dad? He's got to be a CIA guy, right?
Always felt like a collision of two worlds that just could not be further apart if they tried. Well, suddenly, it begins to make a lot more sense when you realize that Tom DeLonge is a Freemason, and he has been for a long time. So does this mean that Tom DeLonge is plugged directly into an occult society with access to knowledge that's hidden from the masses?
Was that the same Freemason house that Joe
Like,
Biden
even
was
with his
at?
very keen interest on the subject, it's always felt like a collision of two worlds
That Joe Biden got signed in by or whatever?
that just could not be further apart if they tried. Well, suddenly, it begins to make a lot more sense when you realize that Tom DeLonge is a Freemason, and he has been for a long time. So does this mean that Tom DeLonge is plugged directly into an occult society with access to knowledge that's hidden from the masses? Is he part of a wider conspiracy network to spread disinformation on the UFO topic? Or is he being used as a pawn by the Freemason control structure that seems to be at the heart of basically every conspiracy? This is a deep dive into Tom DeLonge and his links to occult knowledge, the symbolism that has come through his artwork over the years, and why it might be a good idea to listen to what he has to say. My name is Josh. Welcome to Polarity. If you're new, please consider subscribing. We dig into the phenomenon pretty much every single day in a video or a live stream.
Eventually people are going to say, what the hell is going on?
No matter how far you go into the dark, when you flip, you go exactly the same place to the light in our galaxy. Everything. Because everything is in balance. Everything is in polarity.
I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is.
All right, now, if you watch this channel, you know that I've been a huge Tom DeLonge and Blink-182 fan since I was a kid. The pop-punk skate culture of like the late 90s, early 2000s was basically instrumental on how my frontal lobe developed. Was that for the...
Everyone's a pawn, knowingly or not. I know, I think about that all the time. I'm like... I'm just doing what they want me to do, probably.
the greater good? Well, potentially not, but we make do with what we've got. However, even after all of that, I had no idea just how much Masonic symbolism Tom has included in his concerts, guitars, clothing labels, his lyrics, until I researched for this video. I do remember hearing a long time ago that Tom DeLonge might be a Freemason, but I think back then I either didn't care enough, or I assumed it was a lie, or I just didn't understand what it really meant and the significance it could have to the UFO topic. Now, despite famously releasing the track Aliens Exist in 1999, where Tom alludes to the truth about non-human intelligence and secret societies such as the Majestic 12, the first direct Masonic reference comes in this photograph, which you would have seen in the thumbnail. Tom's fretboard is decorated from top to bottom with the Freemason logo. But what's interesting about this photo shoot is it's not Blink-182, it's Boxcar Racer.
Will I shake this off, pretend it's all
Boxcar Racer was a side project started by Tom DeLonge in 2002, and when we look back now, I think this time and this band marked a significant shift in the way that Tom saw the world, and I think that shift in perspective really went on to become the catalyst for the problems and the turmoil that Blink-182 went through, leading to them breaking up twice. But I think this is really where Tom's journey began that eventually led him to meeting with Air Force generals and becoming a public figure in the UFO disclosure scene. The big shift in the way that Tom saw the world was evident all throughout Boxcar Racer's first self-titled album. The entire record is centered around a boy who's living through the end of the world.
I fucking love this album, bro.
With subtle hints all throughout about hidden power structures.
Me and my buddy Ryan blasted this shit.
That shape world events. There are tracks such as Letters to God, which Tom DeLonge stated was about a young person who knows he is dying, and he's telling the story of a man that is reaching out to God, bargaining for life and truth. And this shift in Tom's perspective really carried over into the next Blink-182 album, which only released a year later, which was also self-titled. Tracks like Obvious, Asthenia, Violence, these were far more serious and emotionally charged compared to the very carefree Skater Kid tracks on the previous album. Blink-182's self-titled album was much, much darker than anything they had written before. And again, when you look back at it now, I think it's clear that Tom's perspective on reality was going through a major change. And as the main voice and core musical influence in both of these bands, it really began to show. And over the following years, he continued to have some form of awakening or perhaps an initiation, and realized that with the enormous platform that he has, he could be making a positive contribution to humanity rather than making dick jokes on stage every night.
When you really look at the career of Blink-182, we have definitely probably helped with the evolution of the human.
It really does feel like this sudden 180 in Tom's perspective of the world really was the ultimate deep-line catalyst for the breakup of Blink-182. But coming back to Boxcar Racer, it was around this time in 2002 that Tom also co-founded a clothing brand named Macbeth Footwear and Apparel. And it wasn't long until Masonic symbolism began to appear in the brand's clothing designs as well. At this stage, Tom had never formally acknowledged any involvement with a Freemason lodge, and he'd never been asked about it either. But the references are clear as day. This design clearly depicts a square and compass, positioned identically to a Freemason logo. So either this rock star has a strange obsession with the symbolism used by a secret society, or he's part of it.
This is my dressing room. We got music. We got high-profile people. Oh, someone's a fucking Freemason.
And after seeing the fretboard and this photo, I think we can deduce who that might be. So this photo surfaced online around 2010, and it shows Tom DeLonge at what is suspected.
Dude, these aprons.
suspected to be a Prince Hall affiliated Masonic lodge, specifically the Widow's Son Lodge number 17, which is under the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Kansas. From what I was able to find online, the regalia worn in the photo are those of the regular Blue Lodge meeting, not Scottish Rite. This isn't York Rite. This is sort of a different branch of Freemasonry. Now, I'm obviously no Freemason expert, but I have spoke to a couple and I've done a little bit of research, and it seems like there are a few different branches that all kind of funnel.
What are their dainty little crotch bibs? What are those for?
Into one at
the Gmails, the Gmail logo.
The very top. So you can be a Freemason, but you can be part of the Scottish Rite, you could be part of the York Rite bodies, or the Blue Lodge. We can see in this image that they're all wearing these white aprons with dark suits, and the Scottish Rite Masons typically wear caps with these...
I also love Tom DeLonge dressed up for this.
distinctive jewels for their degrees, and the York Rite members have a different uniform entirely. And in this photo, that blue apron that they're wearing is basically the key to what's going on here. This is the universal badge of a Blue Lodge Mason, especially for initiates. And you can see the apron that Tom DeLonge is wearing here has no elaborate design or decorations, which indicates, in my opinion, that this is some...
You know what it kind of looks like? Mormon underwear. Right? Nice big eye right here.
Kind of like early degree, apprentice, initiate, or something like that, as opposed to the people that he's surrounded by who look highly decorated. It seems like what's going on here is some form of initiation into the lodge for Tom DeLonge. The setting that he's in looks like a lodge room. It's got Masonic emblems on the wall, just like the one Tom was very excited about to show in the video that we just saw. And this photo first surfaced online in 2010. That doesn't necessarily mean it was taken in 2010, but that's the first time we saw it online. And Tom's obsession with the occult and its symbolism only got stronger from here, specifically when he started another new band called Angels and Airwaves. And I've always felt like their music felt way ahead of its time. It truly does have this kind of unique and objectively positive feel about it. Like if you were to try and articulate magic through music, it would sound like Angels and Airwaves. And it's interesting to look back on it now after being down the rabbit hole and learning about consciousness and the consequences of the emotions and intent that we project out into the world. I really feel like my appreciation for this band has kind of been rejuvenated on a much deeper level. And again, while researching for this video, I was just blown away that I'd never noticed just how riddled with Masonic symbolism this band is, and still is to this day, by the way. And Tom actually explains that in a clip that we're about to watch soon. But first, let's just start with the band's logo. Angels and Airwaves, or they get called AVA for short, because as you can see, the logo is styled in a way that borrows heavily from the Freemason square and compass. Essentially, the overlapping A and the V form a shape somewhat reminiscent to the compass and square. Now, you might think that's a little bit of a stretch, or maybe it's a coincidence. Just wait until you see what's coming. Some of the Angels and Airwaves logos that have appeared are much more clearer than this. There's various designs that are on t-shirts, logos, badges, and some of them are basically a Freemason logo with Angels and Airwaves on top. There's also just a wild plethora of photos online of Tom playing live with Angels and Airwaves, where you can see Freemason logos all over his guitar and all over his amplifiers as well. And these ones aren't like discrete. They're like straight up square compass with a G in the middle. Like, there's no hiding it. He's not being cryptic. He's not dropping clues. He's just saying it. And it was around this time that Tom even did a special collab with his clothing label, Macbeth Footwear, and they released a special edition of the super iconic Macbeth Elliot. And the sole of the shoe was inscribed with this message. The compass represents spirituality, no end and no beginning. The rule represents tangible evidence, measurable mind. Both coming together shall create a human being, the intersection of life and consciousness. Tom DeLonge, Angels and Airwaves. So with all of this Masonic symbolism on his guitars, on his amps, in the messages of the songs he was writing, which we're going to get into in a moment, and in the collaborations that he's doing with his clothing label, it was only a matter of time before someone did the inevitable and started saying, what is going on? Are you a Freemason?
Let me ask you this. I've seen this online, a couple of your fans are downright harsh about what they suspect is your secret interest in the Illuminati or membership in the Freemasons, and I guess they point to Freemason symbology on your guitars. Am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, our fans have noticed that stuff, and we do. There's a lot of that iconography associated with the band Angels and Airwaves, and it's hard to describe. We don't get into our band's very esoteric. We don't get into the descriptions and meanings of a lot of the symbology that we use. We let people kind of find out those meanings through the music and through the ethos of the band, through the pieces of art that we create, like the films, and it's something that we don't really talk about specifically because
through the propaganda.
I think that it's the treasure hunt is there for people to find as they get into the band and look into what it is we're trying to do with the music and with the films.
And is it sort of in part to create an aura of mystery?
Well, I think, I guess in a sense, but I guess only because I think when there is mystery, it causes people to engage a little bit more. It
Programming
causes them to you know, a lot more effort to digest what it is we're doing, and so the investment's greater. Because the thing with Angels and Airwaves, this band it's not a normal band. There's a reason and a message behind everything that we do, about the way you look at yourself and the way you look at the world around you, and by doing the types of things that we do and being a part of the things that we're a part of, it allows people to really take a lot of time to learn and understand what it is, and rather than just hearing the song on the radio and say, hey, I can sing it along, or I can sing along or not. You know, we definitely didn't want to be that.
Are you a Freemason?
Possibly.
That's not a no. You're just going to leave it at that?
Yeah, we just don't talk about that stuff.
Do you have songs? Do you have your written songs for that band? And I haven't heard it, but that with Masonic themes.
On
some level,
I think that the Masonic themes would center around, you know, consciousness and free-thinking man, and the idea of, you know, one of the things that
and the idea of how to control everyone to make them into little slaves for me.
People forget is that the United States was a grand experiment, specifically, you know, as the first free country for a free-thinking man, and the idea of tolerance, of not taking one religion over the other, and you know, and I think that when you look at some of those attributes, like, we've really tried to put those strongly within the context of our art.
I'm sure there are people going to tear their hair out at this statement, but I mean, you can remember that many of the founding fathers were Masons, that the basic message they had was one of brotherhood and lifting up humanity, as opposed to secretly control.
Yeah, who's deciding that, though? Whose opinion of lifting up humanity, and to what?
Rolling and pulling the strings on the whole planet, you know. So I know that a lot of stories have sprung up about the Illuminati and Masons. The only Masons that I know are pretty good people, salt of the earth folks, but maybe they're just too far down the rung to be in control.
Well, I think that like anything else, you know, there's bad players and bad actors, and in any kind of group of individuals. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, you know. And from my point of view, I've always wanted to help out the ascension of man anyway. But you know what, that's debatable that I've ever done that, because when you really look at the career of Blink-182, we have definitely probably helped the de-evolution of the human.
Well, I can hear somebody saying, oh, this guy's got delusions of grandeur if he's talking about such lofty goals as that, and he's just a rock star. Well, the whole point of it, I think, is what you need to learn, at least from my perspective as a human being, is if you everything has a ripple effect. You know, in physics, it's chaos theory. It's like, you know, you let a bowling ball loose, and it'll hit one pin, and it'll hit another, and it'll hit another. And I think you just got to concentrate on these small units of measure around your own immediate life, and you do what you can to make those small little things little pieces of greatness, and those will continue on as you sleep. You know, and who knows how far it'll go. That's the way I think. But I definitely don't think I'm going to go out tomorrow and solve, you know, world peace and world hunger, or solve world peace is that's an issue.
So Tom doesn't admit it, but he also doesn't deny it either. From all the other responses in the video and the insane amount
Not saying no is an admission, bro.
Of Masonic symbolism in his various musical and art projects, I think we can probably put 2 and 2 together. Oh, and the fact that this photo exists. Kind of a giveaway. Funnily enough, there are sources online saying that this photo is unverified and that we don't know if Tom DeLonge is actually a Freemason.
Fuck off.
But, you know, I don't know what needs to really be verified here. It's clearly Tom DeLonge wearing the apron, surrounded by Masons. And when we add this with the rampant symbolism through all of Tom's work, I think I've seen enough to reach my own conclusions here. Thank you, anonymous online sources. In that interview as well, Tom speaks about not discussing the symbolism of the band to allow for people to walk their own path and find their own way to it.
And then don't even get me started on Travis Barker's weird Kardashian shit.
Its meaning. And this is extremely thematic of occult groups and secret
Kim Kazarian, am I right?
Societies. And in my own personal opinion as well, it's not so much to gatekeep information for the sake of it, but that this information and what it means is kind of useless or even harmful to the uninitiated. Walking your own path to self-discovery is the crux to finding out the true nature of reality and yourself. And almost all the band's lyrics are centered around this concept of self-discovery, enlightenment, and the power of positivity. So almost a decade later, Tom DeLonge revisited his Letters to God concept from Boxcar Racer in the 2010 album Love by Angels and Airwaves with Letters to God Part 2. And this sequel finds Tom expressing a revelatory awakening with lyrics such as, "Dear God, I found out the same things we learn when we die. I found out the truth is, it's all a big lie." These jarring concepts of reality being an illusion and a lie are becoming more and more prevalent in the UFO whistleblower space today. It was only a couple of months ago that UFO whistleblower Matthew Brown, who has shown his own very firm interest in esotericism and occult knowledge, flat out stated this to be true.
We live in a dream, a carefully constructed reality. The people have been left behind. We live in the Matrix. You are not free. And this reality has far more to it than you have been allowed to believe. And God is real.
And the more you look into the lyrics of this band, you realize that the entire ethos was about exploring occult knowledge and esotericism through art and sound. DeLonge himself even stated that the band was there to pull people together or to be a vehicle to let out emotion. I've experienced it in a whole host of different ways. Angels and Airwaves.
To let out emotion, and for what? To harvest it? To take their emotion and slurp it up?
Have always been a band who have wanted to focus on the spiritual awareness aspect of who we are and what we want to be and where we want to go. And in 2011, when Blink-182 got back together for the first time, the symbolism continued. In the film clip for the track Up All Night, Tom is still sporting blatant Masonic symbolism on his guitar and on his amp. And I think at this point, Tom had become so deeply embedded into the occult, and his quest for truth became his #1 priority, forcing music and his band to take a back seat, eventually leading to Blink-182 breaking up once again only a couple of years later. In 2015, Blink-182 made an announcement saying that Tom DeLonge had left the band after becoming unresponsive and unable to commit to recording sessions. And I think it's clear now that the formation of the To the Stars Academy and Tom becoming embedded with Air Force generals and physicists became too much to manage with a full-time band. And it's also pretty well known that a lot of high-level figures in society are also Freemasons. So I think it's becoming clear how Tom was able to connect with these people in the first place. To the Stars Academy, or TTSA, was founded on the premise that there exists a groundbreaking truth about extraterrestrial life, advanced technologies, consciousness, and more, and that they have been kept secret by authorities and the stigma that surrounds them. In the Academy's early days, their mission statement explicitly said how mainstream ideology and bureaucratic constraint have suffocated public interest in the outer edges of science and understanding of phenomena. They also claimed that transformative discoveries will revolutionize the human experience, but only if we break free from restriction and support bold research, such as publicly funding a UFO. Worst investment ever. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Tom. But it is funny. I wonder what happened to that money. The rhetoric of pulling back the veil is strikingly similar to the kind of language that you might find in esoteric circles, specifically Masonic ones. It champions free inquiry, the lifting of secrecy, and the illumination of the public for the betterment of humanity. In effect, Tom DeLonge kind of formed a team of initiates, but they were scientists, former officials, intelligence experts, etc., to pursue and reveal occult knowledge. Kind of like a real-world public version of a secret society, but sharing information with the world rather than guarding it. And through all of these ventures, I think it's no coincidence that Tom DeLonge's key partner and co-author is Peter Lavender, who is a scholar of occult history and secret societies. In 2016, Tom did a lot of interviews where he spoke of wild things such as Atlantis, a non-human presence that is here and referred to by insiders as the Others, and the Others feed on our fear and manipulate us by keeping us in this state. Now, for most people, this is way too much. He was largely seen as crazy by most people who weren't already kind of balls deep in this topic. And I mean, even some people who were still found his claims just too far out to be true. But at that time, he did also speak about consciousness. He spoke about the power of positive frequencies and that we would start to see hearings on the UFO topic happening in Congress to slowly get the word out to the rest of the world, ready for the truth that was going to be unveiled.
I think within the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to start hearing rumblings of hearings. And then once that happens, things get a little scary because then on a public level, they have to act on this. Now, what does that mean? What are they going to do?
And here we are, 10 years down.
What is this? Oh, this is the code thing? Gobbledygook. Oh, I'm scrolling on photos. No good. This is how we did Castlegate. Rosicrucians. Fucking cuckaroonies. Alright, we've flown way too close to the sun.
Down the line. Since then, we've had 3 congressional hearings, handfuls of whistleblowers, we've learned about psionic assets, the jarring reality that whatever is going on seems to be somehow intrinsically linked to human.
How often do I live stream? Yeah, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 p.m. Yoga on Saturday afternoons at like 11 a.m. Occasionally.
human consciousness. So I can't help but think,
like, this week for sure. No, actually, wait. No, we're not doing it this week. I'm sorry.
if half of what Tom is said is true, despite how crazy it sounded 10 years ago, should we begin to look a little more closely and seriously at everything else that he has said? If humanity and our
I'm going to real yoga, I'm sorry.
Emotions are being manipulated into a state of fear and chaos by some form of higher, interdimensional, non-human intelligence, then the only way forward is inward. Learning to understand your emotions, why you behave the way that you do. I think when you do that, you often realize you don't know why you react a certain way. I think the most important thing humanity could do right now is learning to create space between your emotions and your reactions. When something happens to you in real life that upsets you or bothers you, do you just react?
Oh my God.
Do you allow yourself time to process it first? I think
that poor girl, she's living up that fucking scream forever.
Sometimes when you just give yourself those 2 or 3 seconds, it makes a world of difference with how you respond and interact with the world around you, and therefore creating a much more positive experience in the world. People think it's corny, and I've said it before, but love is the only way that we make it as a civilization. And that doesn't mean we all have to make out and hold hands and sing songs together, although that does sound like a good time. But just remembering that with 8 billion people, you're bound to have some differences in perspectives on important issues, and not only is that normal, but it's sustainable and functional, as long as we see each other as human beings first. We're all here to learn, to have experiences, to go through lessons at our own pace and walk our own path. It's not your job to try and fix somebody else's journey or make it look more like yours. Thank you so much for watching the video today, guys. If you enjoyed it and you learned something, please let me know by liking the video, get in the comments, share it around, and if you really liked it, it would mean...
All right. You happy, Peppa? Look, we watched it. That was pretty good. I didn't realize how blatant... Dude, Jesus Christ. Tom DeLonge don't give no fucks. Very blatant. That was polarity. Polarity. All right, boys, it's almost 9/11. Let's celebrate some more Bill Cooper.
That's right.
Yes, okay, I understand. The title of your book, Behold a Pale Horse, what significance does that have? What are you saying with this title?
This title is from the book of Revelations, because I have to tell you this, and you may think I'm nuts if you want to, but this is the truth. Either these men are following the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is in the Bible. Mm-hmm. They're either following it,
or it's programming,
just like a plan, and bringing the prophecies in there to pass, to manipulate and control those who believe in those prophecies and neutralize them, so to speak. In other words,
bro, it's
if this is written
straight up Benny Gesserit shit. It's literally Paul Maudib. It's Dune. They just planted their little stories and now they're making them become real.
In the Bible, and God has ordained it. Who am I to resist? It must come to pass, so I'm not going to try to stop it.
Okay.
What a perfect way to neutralize the opposition right off the bat. Or
Tom DeLonge had meteorite guitars made. That's awesome.
There really is a God, and what he said was going to come to pass is coming to pass. And I named this Behold a Pale Horse from chapter 13 of the book of Revelations. The fourth horseman of the apocalypse is the pale horse. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death, and hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with the beasts of the earth. And that is taking place now today. The fourth horseman is riding across the world now. That's what AIDS is all about. That's what all these little brush fire wars all over the world are all about. That's what's happening. That's why cancer cures are suppressed. Is because they fully intend to kill a minimum of 2 billion people by the year 2000. AIDS is an invention of man. It is not a natural disease, and it has been implemented and placed into the population as a population control. And when they did it, they had the cure before they did it. Mm-hmm. And when they've deemed that enough people have died or been killed, they will say, we have a cure for AIDS. And everybody will be called to report to some place to get an inoculation, which is going to do 2 things. One, it's going to stop AIDS in its tracks, and number 2, it's going to implant a device which will be able to be used to track each individual person and maybe even to control those people. And that's what the pet implant program is all about. It's not about finding lost pets. They don't give a damn about pets, and they would never put a satellite in orbit to find a lost pet, but yet there's a satellite up there that they're using to find pets that have been implanted with these devices. They're testing this program on pets that's going to be used in human beings. And in the Los Angeles Times in 1989, they ran an article. It was 10 forecasts for the coming decade was the title of the article. I have a copy of it in my research center. And number 5, I believe it was number 5, in those 10 forecasts for the coming decade was chemical or electronic implants to control individual behavior on a 24-hour basis, unquote. So it's not hidden at all. It's there for anybody who wants to look.
But nobody's looking.
Nobody's looking. They believe, and I believe that they're right, that the biggest danger to mankind right now is man himself, population. A study in 1957 told them that by 1990 the world population would double in 33 years. Can you imagine that? The world population of human beings doubled in 33 years. Mm-hmm. And they knew that it's an exponential doubling. Throughout history, every time it's doubled, the interval has gotten shorter. So that was 33 years. The next doubling will take place in approximately 28 years. The next one after that, approximately 24 years. Can you imagine if the world population doubles again in 28 years from 1990? In other words, in the year 2018, the world population doubles. And we're having problems with food supplies and timber and clean water and clean air now. And then after that, it doubles again in another 24 years. That's why they created AIDS. Because they didn't want to have to go around the world and say, you and you up against the wall, you've got to die today, and shoot them. They did it in a manner where they could target what they consider to be undesirable populations. And I want to be very clear that I don't agree with them on this. They specifically targeted blacks, Hispanics, and homosexuals for complete eradication. And AIDS is really going through those populations, and it's really doing a number. Blacks, Hispanics, and homosexuals.
That theory has made news. I've heard that before, and,
well,
and it's been debunked very clear by the public saying, "Oh, that's ridiculous." But you're saying that that may indeed be the case.
It's not ridiculous. I actually saw this in documents, and the project name was Project Naomi. MK Naomi was the name of it. It was a CIA project. The AIDS, whatever causes AIDS, whatever that turns out to be,
MK.
according to those documents, was developed at Fort Detrick, Maryland.
3-minute
a CIA
warning.
project called MK Naomi. It was financed by $10 million for the Department of the Army's biological warfare programs. It was carried out, supervised by the CIA, carried out by scientists who work for the Special Operations Division of the Department of Defense. And it's doing its job.
And would you assume if AIDS doesn't work, there's a contingency plan for that even?
Well, I think that they have other things out there working concurrently. One thing I've learned about these men is they don't just do one thing. In case the public discovers what they're doing, or discovers that somebody's doing, whether they know who's really doing it or not, and stops it. What they have running is several concurrently running plans, so that if one or two fail, the other ones are going to take care of the problem.
It sounds pretty hopeless. I mean, based on that scenario, is there anything, any uprising or what?
Yeah, there is, but it requires that people wake up. It requires that they really learn the truth instead of live their life in fantasy land. You see, because nothing can exist without the consent of the people. Unless they buy it, it's not going to happen. And all of these plans lead to the public's ultimate acceptance of what they're going to do. In fact, they're designed to make the public ask for it. For instance, the burning of the rainforest in Brazil. I know people who are just up in arms. Stop this. We've got to stop the burning of the rainforest, which is exactly what the burning of the rainforest is designed to do. Because Brazil is a sovereign nation, right? How can you tell a sovereign nation to stop burning its own forest? You can't. What they're asking for is control over a sovereign nation by a world governing body who can then send troops, a police force, to make Brazil stop burning the rainforest. And that's why they started the burning of the rainforest in the first place.
1 minute.
You see, they went down there and they built a road across the Amazon jungle that went nowhere. There was no reason for this road to be built. There was no place to go. It doesn't go from here to a city on the other side. It just goes across the jungle and ends. And they built this road on purpose because they knew that most of the people in Brazil are so dirt poor that they would see this road as the answer to their prayers. Free land, free timber, a way to support their family, a way to become wealthy, or at least more wealthy than they were, which was no wealthy. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what happened. Millions of people headed out down this road and staked out some land and burned the forest and tried to grow crops. And they found that rainforest is no good for growing crops. It'll grow one crop, and then you got to go burn more trees and plant another crop because the soil is poor. And that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. And that's why the forest is being burned. And it was done intentionally to create the scream of stop burning the rainforest so that then they could offer the solution. The solution is a world governing body that can then order and enforce that order of Brazil to stop burning
So
rainforest.
the green movement worldwide is now just a manipulation
yes.
of...
Happy 9/11! R.I.P. Bill Cooper. Never forget, boys. George H.W. Bush is boyfriends with Osama bin Laden, the Saudi, probably related to Mohammed bin Laden Salman.
Now it's been proposed time and again too that big business is behind things like this, and that would represent a capitalist approach. But what you're saying is we're heading toward a socialist approach based on this scenario.
You have to understand the difference between capitalism, socialism, communism, what all of these things really mean. You have to understand what the difference is between right wing and left wing. People, they use these phrases all the time, and they don't even know what these things mean. And it's just incredible to me to hear a socialist calling someone else a Nazi. Because Nazi means National Socialism. So here's a socialist calling a...
Billy would know today what it actually means. National
right-wing guy
Zionism.
a Nazi. What he should be calling the right-wing guy is anarchist. People on the right want no control. They're really anarchists.
So they would, in theory then, or in fact, be in opposition to this ultimate movement.
Yes.
Whereas in appearance, they would be the ones behind it.
Well, when you have a misunderstanding of what the terms mean, yes.
Okay.
Right wing on the far right is total anarchy. They don't want anybody controlling anything that they do, and they believe that people are responsible enough that the world can exist without government.
Okay.
Or the very minimal government that it would take to. On the far left, on the other hand, they believe that the government should be in total control and should be supply man with all of his needs.
Well, creating a whole society that's dependent.
Right. A republic is somewhere in the middle. It's governance by laws. Laws are decided by representatives who are elected by the people. And according to the theory, the representatives will
they just want anarchy for themselves, not for us.
do what is right, whether they get...
We get the fucking the pen. We get the cage. They get free for all.
elected or not, because it's not really a democracy. A democracy is far left. People don't understand. We don't live in a democracy. This country is not a democracy. It is a republic. A democracy is ruled by the mob. The mob always votes themselves every kind of benefit that they can vote themselves. And whenever you do that, it means large, tremendously overpowering government in control.
They vote themselves into dependency.
That's it. They vote themselves into a dictatorship is what they do, where they lose all of the benefits that they intended to vote themselves into in the first place.
Okay.
And democracies are extremely dangerous to minorities, because if the majority of people don't like you,
right,
they're going to vote that they kill you, and they can, that's it. Democracies are dangerous. Democracies are socialists. Democracies are communism. That's what communism is. The definition of communism is everybody doing according to their talents and receiving according to their need. And it doesn't work. We already know it doesn't work. Man, by his inherent nature, is greedy. So those at the top always end up having everything, and those at the bottom end up having nothing in communism.
Yeah, we never forgot.
Socialism is different.
9/11.
Socialism usually ends up in a dictatorship.
Bing bong, smoke 'em up, puff puff. Here, let's celebrate again.
In a very controlling dictatorial government, which even owns the people that it governs, so that those who live in fear of not having are provided for what they need, and in turn they worship this oppressive government. Socialists are children who went out into the world, took a look around and said, I can't handle it, and went home to Daddy.
Okay.
Daddy, protect me. Daddy, feed me. Daddy, loan me your car. Daddy, tuck me in at night. Socialists are scared little children who are irresponsible, can't stand on their own 2 feet, and need Daddy to take care of them.
Okay.
Okay?
Now we got the...
But what happens when you go home to Daddy and Daddy does all these things for you? Tell me.
Well, you never leave the home. You've got no reason to. In other words, if you're being provided for in that way.
You're being provided for, but what does it mean? Doesn't it mean that you have to do what Daddy tells you to do?
True.
Doesn't mean you have to be in when Daddy tells you to be in? Doesn't it mean that you can't drive the car to the next town if Daddy tells you you can't? Doesn't it mean that if Daddy tells you to take out the trash, you better take out the trash? Are you beginning to understand the concept?
Stop telling me what
When
to
you
do,
ask
Daddy.
for favors from Daddy, you have to give up freedom in return.
Right. Okay.
So socialism always leads to repression of liberty, freedom, equality. All of those things fly out the window, so that you can have free health care, so that you can have a place to live, but you don't have to pay the rent, so that you can have food given to you by the state. And that's where we're headed. Right in this country right now, we're almost totally socialist, and now people are screaming for a national health care policy.
Right.
Health care insurance.
Now, the other aspect, once again, I'd like to go into is the anarchy or the right wing, which we just into that similar.
Anarchists believe that they can be responsible, that they won't hurt other people.
Okay.
That your freedom never ends until it begins to infringe upon someone else's freedom. And that no one should have any control over that. That there should be no speed limits on the highways. The problem is that, again, just like on the socialist side, you have people over here that are human, and human condition means that ultimately somebody's not going to be responsible, that they're going to drive too fast when they've had too much to drink, and they're going to kill innocent people. The answer is a balance. You know, the law of the universe says this. It's a law of physics, really, and everybody can understand it. For every action, there is an equal but opposite reaction. There can be no good unless there is evil. There can be no man without a woman. You understand the concept?
Based on that, the theory of a utopia here on Earth is corrupt right away.
Absolutely.
It goes against the laws of physics.
It goes against the law of the universe that there must be two opposing forces all the time in every instance, because that's what makes the universe work. That's what makes everything work. What we need to do is stop trying to go way over here and establish some utopia of freedoms, or way over here to establish some repression of freedom so that we make sure that we got something on the table to eat. And strike a balance between the two that works. And stop withholding information. What makes it difficult for anyone to succeed or live, or for us to really come together and have peace in this world, are all of these people who think that they are the guardians of the secrets of the ages, and only them have truly mature minds, so only them are worthy of knowing the secrets and the real science and the real metaphysics and all of these things. So they repress it and they keep it secret, so the rest of us live out our lives and we don't know the truth of what life is really all about. Therefore, we're always stumbling over each other and getting in each other's way and doing the things that we profess that we don't want to do, simply because we don't have access to the truth. If we had access to the truth. Now, I got to tell you this, back when these men first began establishing these societies, these mystery schools, and suppressing information, the common man was uneducated, did not have an intellect capable of understanding these secrets. They were really beasts of burden, for the most part, and they lived their whole life in toil.
Right.
But things are not that way now. Most people have a good education. They have a good mind. They're capable of understanding if they're taught. And if they're taught.
Damn, a lot has changed in 30 years, right? We dumb as fuck now. We are idiocracy. Dude, the kids can't read. It's bad. I don't think the kids can read. What if the kids can't read, man? That's crazy.
Taught correctly. And I think it's time to teach people what the truth is and quit hiding it, so that we can come together as one humanity and make a balance and live together in a balance. You know, evil's never going to disappear, neither is good. But we can maintain a balance and life can be good. Instead of swinging back.
He just did 6-7, dude.
In this tremendous battle between these two opposing, radical, extreme ends of the scale. That's got to stop. I've never understood why somebody would join together in this band of people and call himself a Democrat.
We're only like halfway through.
Not vote for anybody else if they're not a Democrat. That concept is beyond my understanding. And Republicans and libertarians.
No, your screen should not be black, Vince.
And populists and communists and socialists and this and that, and blacks and whites and Indians, and there are so many sects and groups and segments, and we're so fragmented that getting together is going to really be difficult. But we've got to do it. Because if we don't wake up and do it ourselves, these men who meet in secret and plot the manipulations are going to do it whether we want it or not, and they're going to do it at the point of a gun. And they're going to take away everybody's freedom because they don't consider us responsible.
Capable of having that freedom.
Bro, they shot him in the... Did they shoot him in the back too? Probably, right?
Are capable, are even of using our intellect, so they'll put us in shackles and control us and force us to be peaceful. That's what the plan is, and that's what the New World Order is all about.
Well, we've run from UFOs right to this, and at first a person might watch this and say, wow, this is really strange, but where we've come down to, based on that beginning, is quite in the realm of common sense.
Well, it's not strange at all. It's what they've been trained all their life, that if they hear these buzzwords, they're listening to some loony idiot talk and it has no substance to it. Once they get into it, though, and begin to understand that everything is interconnected, it's leading us toward one end, a one-world totalitarian socialist government, and begin to see it coming to pass all around them in their life, and understand that nothing happens by accident. It's been planned for many years. Then they begin to understand that UFOs play a big role in this. Because if they're real, it's the most significant thing that's ever happened in the history of man, and may be the driving force behind locking up the human race. Because how could a UFO land in a place like Macon, Georgia, and somebody who doesn't look like us get out, and walk down the street? And I'm not trying to insult the citizens of the state of Georgia. What if they landed in Newark, New Jersey, and got out and walked down the street in a society that kills people because they sit in the wrong seat on a bus?
I'd assume now that they'll know about us.
Of course they will. They probably already know about you if you've been exposing the truth on your show.
Would you assume that our phone lines would be bugged at this point?
I don't know. I doubt it. They don't really consider you to be a threat unless you develop a large political following.
Oh, okay.
So unless you have a large political following, you're not considered to be a threat to them. Because they figure that the people are too stupid to listen to you anyway. And generally they're right.
So we're in the process of educating people then. That's the best thing.
Education is 60 or 70% of the battle.
Yeah.
Because people automatically begin to do the right things once they learn what the truth is.
They're educated to it.
Wait, is Macon not pronounced Macon? I thought that's what it was too.
Hold on.
Macon, Georgia.
Ready?
Ready. Okay, go ahead.
Let's go back into the Kennedy situation here. Now, the Warren Commission was highly publicized, all the things that went on there. I was shown a videotape just yesterday of was it a Zapruder film?
It is the Zapruder.
Okay, and it clearly showed to me that a number of things.
The vibe of this interview is when you smoke a J with your friend's dad. I like that.
The film was obviously tampered with.
Absolutely.
But not tampered with to the point where I couldn't tell that the driver of the limousine was pulling a gun, or what appeared to look like a gun, around his shoulder and shooting President Kennedy in the head. That caused his head to snap back. Did the Warren Commission see this? It seems so.
The Warren Commission never looked at the Zapruder film, ever. So they never saw it. Now, I don't know who testified during the Warren Commission about the Zapruder film, if anybody did. But I do know that later at the investigations of the House Select Committee on Assassination.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I miss people on the TV and stuff looking like real people. Honestly, everybody looks like the people do in Brazil. This is what everyone looks like, dude. Ugh. I don't like it. This is real life now. Everybody looks like a fucking weirdo, bro. Freak shit. I don't like it. I like real faces. I like gap teeth, you know? I like shit like that. I like when people look normal. They got big noses. Shit's cool. I like chubby ass Bill. I like his dad shirt. Dude, that's the worst part watching Vanderpump Rules. You watch all of these beautiful young ladies start butchering their faces. I mean, they're all deranged, right? But they're also sweet and like have normal faces, and then by the end of the show, dude, it's really like it's jarring. They all kind of look like the Brazil face too. They got like duck faces. It's kind of sad.
That a man was specifically hired as an expert witness to view the Zapruder film and tell the committee what it showed. And that man's name is Robert Groden. He wrote High Treason, which is a bestseller out now on the Kennedy assassination. And he was one of the many so-called technical experts for the making
Yeah, Bill Cooper's hot as fuck, dude.
Oliver Stone's film called JFK. He's also a fake, a fraud, a traitor, a liar. He was hired by the House Select Committee on Assassinations based upon his resume, which says, very simply, that he is the world's foremost #1 photo analyst, which is a lie. He never went to school in photography. He never was a photographer. He never was a photo analyst. And I got to tell you right now.
Yeah, right. I do think that the plastic surgery sometimes is psychological problems manufactured by surgeons. Yeah, dude.
That the world's #1 foremost photo analysts are all come out of the military.
And advertised by reality television.
Intelligence community who are trained to interpret high altitude photography and learn what really is there.
Yeah, dude, even the men look, yeah, like Tom Sandoval, they all look, and Jax, oh my god, bro. They all, literally by the last season, Tom Sandoval, his face can't fucking, he can't make facial, he can't like, make any, what am I trying to say? Like having a stroke. What is it? He can't convey any emotion with his face because he has so much fucking Botox. It's so funny. It's not funny, honestly. It's kind of, it's just sad. Because you kind of see they're all very, 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 very insecure. Raquel, oh my god. She lost her freaking marbles the last couple seasons, right? And just kept chopping away at that nose. Leave that poor fucking nose alone.
He never served in that capacity either.
Do I smell toast? No, I'm good. I'm good. I was trying to say, kept wanting to say facial features, but I mean like facial expressions. That's what I meant. No stroke, no toast.
He looked at the Zapruder film, and he told Congress, he told the committee in testimony.
I know it's kind of fucked up. Isn't it kind of fucked up to, like, talk about that or whatever, or be like, it's sad when people, I mean, people say that all the time, right? That you're not supposed to talk about it, but I don't know. I do think it's kind of sad. I don't like when people butcher their, or, like, cut pieces off of their face.
Testified, both in written and in verbal form.
And dude, something always kind of looks off a little bit, right?
That William Greer never took his hands off the steering wheel. And that's a blatant lie. I mean, anybody can look at the Zapruder film and see that William Greer takes his hands off the steering wheel.
I don't know.
And even if you couldn't see it, if they cut out the frames, you can still see that William Greer, if this were the seat of the car, is turned all the way around with his right side against the rear cushion of the front seat, looking directly at President Kennedy in this attitude, and it is a physical impossibility to have both hands on the wheel in that attitude. So we know that Robert Groden,
Car Dad was stalling out, dude. Nice, dude.
Was not who he said he was, had no expertise to be doing the job that he was hired to do. Number two, even if he had no expertise, it is plainly visible in the film that William Greer could not possibly have had.
Girls be, yeah, I know, I hear that. Girls be getting Botox at like 18, dude. I mean, Sheena said that she was, and back to VPR, obviously. Sheena was saying that she was getting Botox at like 18, that her whole entire face is just Botox. They all they just kind of look like Botox people.
Had both hands on the wheel. So we know that Robert Groden didn't make a mistake. We know that he intentionally lied to deceive Congress and thus the American people. And what's real strange about it is he's been very active in the research community.
Oh my God, Britney. Don't even get me started on Britney.
Supposedly exposing the...
I'd feel claustrophobic with fake boobs. I know, right? I don't know. I just like... You really trust these people to put a piece of plastic inside of you? I don't know.
Assassination of President Kennedy, but if you look what he does, he is constantly coming up with new theories.
Bro, we gotta stop Yeah, the ultimate plastic surgery that needs to end is cutting fucking dinglings off. We want our fucking skins back.
Supposed new evidence, most of which is fake. And in his book now, High Treason, he makes a statement that Kennedy was probably hit from the front and the rear at the same time. His job is to keep the American people confused and propagate the lie that
I want reparations for my foreskin. I'm contacting the ADL. Dude, same. I want fucking reparations as well for my foreskin. Give it back.
Government is no good.
You know they got it in a vault somewhere. That's how they control all of us.
It's our government who assassinated John F. Kennedy. And I'm here to tell you, it wasn't our government. It was the secret societies known as the Illuminati, the Knights Templar, the Freemasons, who assassinated John F. Kennedy. And the proof is right there for anybody who wants to see it. William Greer was a Freemason. Number one, he was the Secret Service agent who shot Kennedy. Number two, in Dealey Plaza, there's an obelisk, a monument commemorating the location of the first Masonic temple in the state of Texas. Dealey Plaza is on the 33rd parallel, which is one of the sacred numbers in Freemasonry. He was assassinated in a manner that assured the greatest flow of blood, which is called blood atonement, which was practiced by Freemasonry in the early days and supposedly is not practiced now. But in reality is the method of choice of execution, trial and execution by Freemasons.
When I lost 100 pounds, I lost my boobs. It was sad. It's a plastic world. I'd get a boob job except for the plastic oil products in me. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, like, so since I've lost like 100 pounds, now my stomach is like really, flabby and kind of gross. Like, I usually rock my shorts over the little pooch. But I don't think I'd ever like do anything about it, because to me at this point now it's just kind of like a tattoo. It's a story. So, whatever. Small boobies are cool too.
The Bilderberg group that orders his execution is the Supreme World Council of Freemasonry.
Cat Dad also lost his boobs.
And consists of 39 permanent members, which is 3 times 13, which is also the exact number of men who signed the Constitution. 39. You see, our forefathers were also members of this secret group, and this country was founded.
It is not gross. All right, thanks.
To bring about the New World Order, and it's all in the Great Seal of the United States, which was, and that the design of the Great Seal was made law in 1782. It's just absolutely incredible that the American people don't understand that groups of men don't get together and meet in secret and take blood oaths which say that they can be cut open and their heart ripped out of their body and their intestines scattered over the floor.
Since we still got like an hour, you guys wanna keep watching this, or you wanna take a break and watch John Levi or something and go to bed before we go to bed, or something else?
If they talk about the secrets, that's not a benevolent fraternity. That's a dangerous group of men. Grown men don't play games like that. They're serious. It's the secret society.
Yeah, it's like a battle scar. And also it scares me like if you got like a tummy tuck or whatever, that's like cutting out tons of nerves and part of your, your freaking noddies. But yeah. But yeah, it's like a battle scar. Yeah, I think about it like it's a tattoo. And it's like kind of obvious that I've like lost a ton of weight, which is like, another thing. It's like the yoga did that, which I think is dope.
Societies who are bringing about the New World Order, they're the ones who killed John F. Kennedy. There's nothing wrong with our Constitution or our Bill of Rights.
You want to get your loose skin removed? Are there any like scary side effects?
But Americans are going to be convinced that our government sucks. And that's what all this stuff is all about.
So at the beginning, the founders of this country actually did create what was I guess you could say, an above-board good government basis for a good government.
They gave us every tool to ensure the success. But it was an experiment, you see, because man had always claimed that he could rule himself, but had never been allowed to do that. Even in ancient Rome, they call it a democracy, and the man didn't rule himself. He was ruled by other people who made man think he was ruling himself. But the truth was, a Roman centurion could march down the street and grab anybody they wanted to.
Oh yeah, let's save the rest of this for Sunday. And let's watch that boy video. Yeah, I wanted to watch that too. All right, boys. We still love Bill Cooper. All right, this is we snuck controversial art into a famous art show. Oh, God. These Aussies. These boys, they're going to get in so much trouble one of these days. We've watched the Pine Gap video that they did, right? I misunderstood you last night. The anti-Masonic Party movement wasn't a Mormon thing. It was a big movement for the whole country. People were becoming aware of secret society fuckery. Oh. So people were anti-Mason? Is that what you were saying? Is that why Joseph Smith was getting pushed west, or is that because of the child pedophilia? Marrying everyone's daughter, like child daughters. Wait, this video got them labeled as terrorists? Oh, this is gonna be great. They're in trouble.
This is us.
They're always in trouble, bro.
Carrying a giant metal sculpture in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm, trying to dodge.
Dude, who's their friend that his house got fucking firebombed because he was covering like one of the mobsters that is a mayor there or whatever? What's his name? I like him too. You guys don't remember.
Security, so we could secretly set up our artwork at the world's largest open-air public art exhibition. Now, it was incredibly difficult, but I just couldn't stop smiling because I knew it'd all be worth it, right? The rainfall and thunder was deafening, but all I could hear was the public's adoration. You know, like, who is this sneaky, agile art prodigy? Is it Banksy? Has Banksy done another one of his Banksies? Is that? Well, that's not what happened, right? When people started posting our anonymous artwork online, everyone just called it anti-Semitic for some reason.
Sculpture by the Sea organisers have explained why they immediately removed a pro-Palestinian statue from the Bondi exhibition. Featured a traditional Palestinian scarf known as a keffiyeh and blood-drenched hands and head.
So now my artwork's gone. Like I've got no artwork, and apparently I'm an anti-Semite. So I guess I need to work out how this went so badly. But it's pretty rough, actually. Like seeing the statue getting torn down, I don't know, it triggered a lot of just intense memories that I repressed, right? Like it's been the same story my entire life when I think about it. Like back in high school in art class, I poured my heart and soul into this. This is a painting of Zinedine Zidane headbutting Marco Materazzi at the 2006 FIFA World Cup. Now, I really felt like I'd witnessed something magical, right? And I wanted to share this feeling with the world, right? I wanted everyone to look at this and to feel the same way I felt when I was watching the World Cup. But my art teacher, she looked at it and she told me,
oh, the Masons were like the first major third party. After Joseph Smith married his 15-year-old stepdaughter, he got tarred and feathered, and then people learned he was a Freemason, so it was all of it? Yeah. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
I'd never amount to anything. She said I didn't have a single artistic...
You're having stuffed pizza tonight, functional hippie? Dude, I was just going to have these dumbass pizza rolls. And I don't think I have any ranch. But that sounds kind of like ass. No, that sounds kind of dope.
Big bone in my body. And
what kind of stuffed pizza?
she also said I just should have copied some of the smart kids and not like wasted her time with this stuff. So I don't know. As I grew up, I think I kind of realized that she was right. Like, you know, it hurt, but she was right. Like, if I wanted to become an artist, I knew I needed to copy an artist, and that's when I saw.
Dude, I didn't realize that Tom DeLonge is so openly a cuck either. I am kind of shook too that I kind of lost touch with them, you know, like the Tom DeLonge shit during the Angels and Airwaves stuff. I like Blink-182 a lot, but yeah, the Angels and Airwaves shit, I didn't really pay attention, but it also feels like it's been it's like blatant as fuck, bro. Holy shit.
For it. At the world's largest open-air public art exhibition right here in Sydney, Ukrainian artist Yevgen Primachenko made this, and I was blown away.
Whoa, Chicago stuffed? It's like sausage and pepperoni and olives, bro. So bomb. Papa Murphy's. Wait, are you in Chicago? That sounds good.
It's so beautiful.
I don't know if I've had Papa Murphy's. Yeah, if I'm out of ranch, I can go to the freaking bodega. But also, I don't really want to leave. So if I do, then at that point, it's like I should just go to the grocery store. But then it's also late, and you're like, I just kind of want to go to bed. And then you're back to, well, I guess I'll just have pizza rolls and use the ranch that I have. And if not, I've got some dumb pizza sauce that I can dip it in. But I never want to dip it in like pizza sauce. You know, marinara. So I'm like, the sauce is on the inside. Pizza rolls with ranch is the move, always.
Brave depiction of the horrors of war, you know, bombing on civilians, but it's chilling, yet it's made of like...
You're in Seattle. Is Papa Murphy's a chain? Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a Papa Murphy's. Or is it just a Seattle thing? That sounds
abstract.
Fire, though. Stuffed? Like the crust is stuffed, or it's like stuffed under the... How's it stuffed? Oh, you're talking about like deep dish? Like the sauce is on the top and the other shit's underneath it? It's a chain, it's fire. No, bro, the whole pizza is stuffed. Yeah. It's like huge. Yeah, it's like the Chicago style. Stuffed crust or bust.
Like simple shape.
Stuffed crust and bust, am I right? Nux.
It's like, now I feel like I finally understand what my art teacher was talking about. Like, honestly, I haven't been moved to tears like this since the 2006 World Cup. So I copied it, right? And
Papa Murphy's is nationwide? What the fuck are you guys talking about?
I should apologize. Yevgen, if you're watching this, I understand you're upset and we copied your artwork, and I'm sorry, but I'd like to explain this is actually completely normal for YouTube. You see, in my industry, we get rewarded for copying each other's videos, which is, honestly, it's for the best, because whenever we test our own, you know, original ideas, we end up making something disastrous.
Look at this family. They look Asian.
But look, we didn't copy it completely.
Yo, this is it. Hold on. Stuffed pizzas, Papa Murphy's. I've never heard of this place, I don't think. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's like a pizza, and then underneath it is like a meat lasagna, kind of. That's pretty cool. But I do see that they don't have the crust stuffed. Missed opportunity. How much one of these bad boys cost? Where's the nearest one? How do I find one? Start order. Is there any in New York? What the fuck?
Whatever. We did make some minor changes. Like the Ukraine war is old news, right? No one really cares. It's been gradually shifting from the news cycle, and it's been replaced with Gaza. So we decided to update it, by giving him this cool little scarf and making him Palestinian.
The chain I fuck with the most is probably always going to be Domino's.
This time, it turns out this was
Domino's should do a Chicago deep dish. I would definitely try it.
It's like a massive mistake. It somehow went from being like a celebrated work of art with a big ceremony where they, they unfurled a massive Ukrainian flag and everyone sang the Ukrainian national anthem together, and then we added the scarf, and it suddenly became like a vile anti-Semitic piece of trash. But we didn't know that at the time, and we just wanted to put up an artwork, and we needed to work out how to, secretly erect our statue. Now, usually when they're putting these artworks up, they spend days digging big holes and filling them with concrete and other fastenings so, no one steals these precious artworks, right? This way, the organizers can rest assured knowing this $3,500 street sign by Richard
Papa John's stuffed crust when it wasn't $30. Literally, it's $30, bro. That's why I fuck with Domino's, because they still do. They'll do 2 medium pizzas for what, $7 each? I mean, it used to be $5, I think. But still, even that's like whatever, dude. And it gets the sawdust down. All of our food is sawdust at this point. Domino's gets it down pretty decent, right? For a relatively cheap price. Yeah, I know. Subway footlongs are fucking... Dude, some are like $15. They're $12.79. It's crazy. You can't even sing the song anymore. It's $12. $12 footlong. That fucking sucks. They don't even... Dude, all you'd have to do is just have one sandwich on... That's always $5, no matter what, or 2, and then you can have your $12 sandwiches or whatever. But how are you gonna lose that jingle? That's like McDonald's losing the ba da ba ba ba. Why? Why would you do that? I guess they weren't thinking about that song I guess they weren't thinking about inflation when they made that song, right?
Tipping or this special net, like a sane low.
$1 an inch? It's crazy, bro. Where are they going from here, They're nuts.
Is, safe and sound from art burglars. And as an art aficionado myself, I completely understand why someone would want to steal something like that, because I think these are really profound things. Now, we can't really dig a hole and pour concrete in the middle of the night in Sydney's most famous beach, so we needed to work out a different way to fix our statue down. So we went down to the beach while they were setting up the exhibition to test it out. Originally, we wanted to weld like a big magnet to the bottom of the statue and place it on a metal surface, the magnet just sticks it there. But it turns out there aren't a whole bunch of just metal surfaces at the beach, and the ones that do exist are really easy to pick up and take away, which was disappointing until we realized that under these light metal grates are just big concrete holes, and we came up with a whole new idea. If we put something like a bottle jack in the hole and crank it out so it's like jammed in there, then we can have a winch hidden in the bottom of the statue with a rope hooked to the jack, and it's pulling the statue into the ground with like 2 tons of force, so you can't get rid of it. Now, we didn't bring any measuring tape, but we were able to figure out that the hole is exactly 1.5 boots wide, so we needed to make a statue base that's exactly that size. Now that we had the measurements, we just had to, cut up a bunch of steel sheets and weld them into the shape of someone else's beautiful artwork. And look, I won't bore you with the build process because that's more of, I did a thing kind of video. And I just think you guys are smarter than those freaks. You don't want to watch a guy hitting a piece of metal with a hammer for 30 minutes. It's boring. Although, it's not all bad. There were some entertaining bits, like, when Alex crushed his hand testing out the winch. That's not coming out of the ground. Also, this magical spray we made that rusted the statue in minutes, that was pretty cool. But other than that, we can just skip to the part where we have a mesmerizing work of art. It's beautiful. I love it. Now, I realize it's a lot of pressure to set up this entire contraption in the middle of the night without getting caught. So we decided to go down to the site one more time to set up the car jack in the hole and, you know, get that ticked off the list beforehand. But it turns out because the exhibit already started, it obviously meant that the place was just completely packed. And we got a bit too scared to set up the jack in front of everyone.
Yeah, I feel like a terrorist. Yeah. I feel like I'm planting a bomb at a massive gathering.
I don't think the first thing someone else is going to think if they see two guys digging around in the grain is they're putting a bomb in it.
We've got an orange thing that looks like a fucking decommissioned nuke.
Just put a fucking... All you have to do is put a vest on and you can do anything.
So we do it at night.
Yeah, we've got more things to do in the middle of the night.
I reckon, yeah, tradie vests. We're working there.
Yeah.
This is our job.
This is our job.
We're just walking down. Someone talks to us. Go, how you going?
Yeah.
We don't even say anything.
Well, I'm just saying anything. What tradies? We don't owe anyone any explanations.
Yeah.
Take it up with the boss.
Talk to Jerry.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep saying that.
Yeah.
Talk to Jerry.
So we woke up at 3 a.m. To go and put the statue up, but we realized we made another big mistake. Like we picked the worst possible night to put it up.
I think we picked the wrong night.
Why there's still people?
It's the middle of the night and there's people around.
They're going to drunk guy.
I think it's because it's Halloween. Fuck! I thought I was gonna be dead.
Okay, boys. Good news. I just checked out the ranch situation. We're in better condition than I remembered, okay? I already had the bottle upside down. We've got plenty to make it through tonight, okay? Then I was also reminded that I got a freaking apple pie yesterday, and that's here, and I have vanilla ice cream too, so don't have to go anywhere. We're good. What a treat, right? The world's incredible. Dude, there's nothing like forgetting that you have a pie and vanilla ice cream and then remembering it. Right? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Wanch. W-Wanch.
Quiet.
No, it's a storm. Looked at the weather and everything. And we also picked a night with no moon.
I thought the dead of night was going to be dark and there was going to be no one around.
Yeah.
It feels like daytime.
One night's bad because people party till 3 a.m. and then the joggers started at 3 a.m. It's like a perfect overlap.
Even if the pie's gone, we'll get more.
Yeah. Let's give up.
Could get a couple different kinds.
There's a fucking guy here.
Who?
Look at that guy, fucking Viking.
What's everyone's favorite kind of pie? I love all kinds of pie, but I really like pumpkin pie. I really like apple pie. I really like pecan pie or pecan pie. I really like sweet potato pie. I like, key lime pie. Let's fucking go, dude. Apple cobbler, that's a little different, right? Love that. Yeah, key lime's the bomb. Apple. I'll do berries and cherries for sure. It's not what I gravitate toward, but peanut butter pie. Ooh, cream pies. And you know what? I fucks with Cool Whip. I love Cool Whip. I love a homemade whipped cream too, but I love a Cool Whip. Banana cream, ooh, coconut cream, yes. I do love all kinds of cream pies. Cream pies are the bomb. Like a chocolate mousse pie, ooh, chocolate cream pie, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, I do whipped cream with a side of pumpkin pie. Bro, there'll be times, when you get to the point in the ice cream or the Cool Whip where you're like, I'm going to take like 2/3 of this. You eat like half of it in one sitting and then the next time you're like, I'm going to eat 2/3 of this anyway, so why would I leave 1/3 of this? So I'm just going to put the piece of pie in the Cool Whip container and then it's basically just Cool Whip with a little bit of pie inside of it. Yeah.
I realized there was another thing that we failed to consider at the start. We spent this entire time worrying about how we'd get in trouble for, putting up an unauthorized statue. But I started to realize that if
Reese's pie? Shut the fuck up, dude. Yes. Sweet potato pie goes so hard, though. I mean, all pie. My aunt makes one of the meanest cheesecakes of life, dude. I need to get that recipe from her. She makes a cookie dough cheesecake. Brothers. It's incredible.
they saw us carrying a statue in the middle of the night, they're way more likely to assume we're just stealing a priceless piece of art, which is so much worse than what we were actually doing.
I reckon if police stop us, and they think we're stealing a statue,
yeah, Carvel ice cream cakes. Oh,
we'll say, okay, we'll put it back, and then it's just us.
Oh, then we get to put the statue back in.
Yeah, and then the statue will be in. We'll be arrested, but the statue will be in the ground.
Well, we're doing a heist.
Yeah, I don't have any Cool Whip right now, so I'm doing vanilla ice cream. Which vanilla ice cream's probably, if I had to pick an ice cream to only have for the rest of my life, it'd be vanilla probably. But I also fucking love all kinds of ice cream. I do be fucking with the peppermint ice cream kind of during this season. I love when the outside is kind of like turns into like a like around the peppermint chunks. It kind of softens and the the candy cane bite gets soft, but then on the inside it's still kind of hard, so it's got a nice texture. Peppermint candy ice cream. Try it, boys, if you haven't given it a try. I also love old people ice creams, like butter pecan, rum raisin. I'll fuck with all that shit. What's another old person ice cream? Pistachio. Oh, dude, pistachio always hits. Is cheesecake technically pie? No, I was just lumping it in. But you could probably make a cheesecake pie. Pineapple upside down cheesecake? Ooh. Cookies and cream rules. Mint chocolate chip. Have I ever told you guys about the banana chocolate chip ice cream that I've been chasing? Back in the day when my dad works, it's like a meat shipping company, but sometimes they would get like random other things, and sometimes pallets of things would fall off trucks, so some of the guys would get to take shit home occasionally. And my dad brought home this 5-gallon thing, or maybe it was like 3 gallons. It was fucking huge. It barely fit in the freezer, of banana chocolate chip ice cream. And I was telling Skinner this the other day. I was like, I feel like that was one of the first moments I became conscious, because I remember that moment vividly, and I think it's one of my earliest memories of eating this ice cream and being like, this is amazing. You know what it tastes like? It's like not like a normal banana flavor. It's kind of like the banana runts, and then the chocolate chips were like the rectangle chocolate chips from like mint chocolate chip ice cream. Bro. And I've never found this ice cream again. I've been chasing it my whole life. If anyone knows of, and the ice cream was like neon yellow. It was so sick. It was dope. It didn't have a brand on it. Nothing. Yeah, banana milkshakes, bro. Get out of here.
Probably worse.
Don't say that out loud.
It does feel like we're doing a heist now. All right, boys, get changed. Dead or night.
Honestly, everything was working against us. Like, we had to drive down and park here and then carry this 70-kilogram statue down to the shore and then set it up here as quickly as possible without anyone seeing us. And on top of that, we had to put the jack in the ground, which we failed to do during the day. But I don't know, there was no turning back now.
Who'd have thought people would be stopping and taking pictures at an art exhibition?
Yeah,
it's like the worst place to do a crime.
Now, the night had been going pretty badly so far, but what we didn't realize is that it could and also would get much, much worse.
There's someone sitting right there. Oh no, there's couples kissing. Yuck!
There's a security guard right there.
Where?
Right there, there's a security guard.
Okay, let's turn around. Turn around. It's not us. We'll have to go the other way. What are you doing sitting in the rain? And some people really like.
Oh, bunny tracks, dude. And then don't get me started on Ben and Jerry's. I fuck with Ben and Jerry's. Well, I used to. Now it's like $20. Now I just literally get Friendlies. I get the shittiest, cheapest ice cream. Whether or not it's Turkey Hill or Friendlies. We don't live in a Ben and Jerry's world anymore. That shit is crazy. Bro, these bodegas literally are selling Ben and Jerry's for like $9 a pint. The grocery store is selling them for like $7. What the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. But dude, Chunky Monkey, oh my god. The Cherry Garcia. No one gets the ratios of the stuff to the ice cream right, except for Ben and Jerry's. But yeah, I can't reward that kind of behavior. I can't be giving them my money. Fuck that. Ben & Jerry's is trying to run a campaign right now where they're trying to get all of the people that are in prison for weed charges in legal states, out of prison? And don't Ben & Jerry, didn't one of them leave and he's like, fuck them? Why? What did they do? I forget. Is it about Is it about Israel shit, or is it about fucking them being cheapskates? I know, cheap ice cream is bioengineered and doesn't melt. I know. Moose tracks. Oh, yeah. Rocky Road.
At least he's sitting here facing that way.
Yeah, it's going to start raining. He's going to go inside. It's a little hard.
I just wish I knew where they spawned.
Okay, change of plans. It turns out there is at least one security guard, and he's right here. I mean, there are probably more on patrol, but we don't know where they are, so we can't really plan for that. But in order to avoid this guy, we got to go back and park all the way up here, then carry the 70-kilogram sculpture through this park, and somehow scramble it down this cliff face to get to the spot where we need to set up the statue. And we got to do it as fast as we can and without anyone seeing us. Like needless to say, I was not feeling great about it.
What do you think?
Terrified.
Terrified?
Yeah.
This is a big break as an artist.
That's true. This is the day we become Banksy. No more YouTube.
That's it.
Now we're just doing stencils.
At this point, there was nothing left to do but just, commit to the job and carry the statue down.
Well, then we just decide when it's time. Probably now.
I'm going to look at the radar.
I mean, I can tell you right now it's raining.
This is so elaborate. Okay, it's not quite as heavy as I thought. Fuck this rain, though. Did you hear that? Sorry, excuse me. Prison boys.
Alex did a great job just jamming the jack into the hole with, what was essentially a waterfall forming around him. But all I could think about was how incredibly noisy the winch was. And the fact that there's at least one security guard just 20 meters away, within earshot, who could just ruin our month of hard work. But we did it.
It's probably good that it was pouring rain, honestly, because otherwise people would have heard them making all that noise.
I honestly can't believe we pulled this off. We felt like school kids. I mean, not the kind that the IDF kills, but the kind that get to giggle and do prank.
Not the kind the IDF kills. That's good. I see why they're a bunch of terrorists.
and stuff. I can't even imagine what the security guard's going to say when they discover this whole statue in the ground.
It'd be so funny to be that guy. And then next morning find out what's going on.
They took a statue? No. They put one in.
Exhausting.
That is my
It was so hard to carry.
That was so hard to carry.
Who'd have thought carrying a whole ass sculpture down some rock steps would be so hard? I got sympathy for those.
Bro, Dairy Queen with the fucking cherry dip. Oh, man. And I didn't know until recently that you can ask for a side of the cherry dip. What the fuck? So I've been waiting for my moment to see a fucking Dairy Queen, bro. DQ ruined the Blizzard when they added the center option. What's the center option? What, they put it like in the center, like those core Ben & Jerry's core things? Cherry dip is a trigger. Never forget. Why? What happened? Wait, what do you mean? But bro, your first job was Dairy Queen kitchen making burgers? Oh man. A Blizzard and a frickin' cherry dip chocolate or vanilla cone. Ooh. Yeah, the cores are trash. I don't fuck with the cores. Bro, the cherry dip cone is... There's nothing like it. I've never even tried any of the other ones. I've never been curious. I'm like, there's nothing better than this. The cherry hard shell? How does it even work? Amazing. What an invention. So good. Yeah, the dilly bars. What do you mean you miss them? Do they not exist? Or you just haven't had one? Dairy Queen still exists, right?
Ancient Egyptians. I feel like one of them.
Oh yeah, because who just drove past one?
Beautiful rain.
Yeah, the timing. As soon as we arrived, it started raining. All the Halloween weirdos all dispersed.
We didn't even realize how lucky we were. Like, as we drove away, we noticed a security guard at every other entrance except the one we went to.
Residence access center. There's probably going to be a security guard down here. We probably pick like the one entrance where you can go.
Hopefully the security guards, they're now guarding our art.
Yeah, exactly.
So if someone comes to take it away, security will be like, it's in the museum.
It's like an achievement in a video game. If you get it in without being spotted, then all these guys will get taken.
Yeah, exactly.
But we were done. You know, we're done for the day. We could go home and sleep and just wait for the praise to start coming in. But I don't know, it all moved a lot quicker than we had anticipated. People started calling us anti-Semites, and the organizers, they managed to tear the statue down fairly quickly. So we raced back to find them still trying to get the jack out of the ground. But we saw the statue, our beautiful statue, just lying in the back of a truck, you know, too offensive to be considered art. The main question now is why was the Ukrainian statue like good and normal, but the Palestinian statue was bad and anti-Semitic? Well, I thought I was a well-informed guy. Like, I thought I was a reasonable man, and you'd look at me and you'd think, this is a guy who knows what anti-Semitism is, right? Well, you're wrong, and we're both idiots, because I actually had no idea what anti-Semitism was. Like, I thought anti-Semitism was like when you do like a Nazi salute or something, like Elon Musk does, or when you believe conspiracy.
Wait, what the fuck is a sweet frog? It's a buffet? Oh, you weigh your bowl at the checkout? I bet that shit's expensive, probably, right? Dude, I used to love Cold Stone. That birthday cake? Oh, man.
Conspiracy theories about Jews controlling hordes of minorities and sending them as a flood to destroy the white race, like Elon Musk does as well. But it turns out that stuff doesn't actually matter that much when it comes to anti-Semitism.
So we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend.
Look, this is all...
What do you mean the dilly bars took away the nipple? Why? Because they're not making them with the fucking thing anymore? They're probably mass produced, aren't they? They don't make them, I bet. That's crazy, bro.
All incredibly confusing. I mean, it throws my understanding of anti-Semitism out the window. I mean, maybe Elon just gets like a Nazi pass because he's the richest man in the world, which is crazy. You know, like the kind of depths people would sink to for money. It's actually disgusting. Now, before we go on with our beautiful artwork, we'd like to teach you about the art of project management with the sponsor of today's video, Odoo.
Odoo is a management software all-in-one that offers a plethora of entrepreneur-focused applications for entrepreneurs.
Sweet Frog gets pricey real quick for people with a sweet tooth like me. We can't go there then.
To facilitate daily management of their activities such as invoicing, accounting, project management, inventory, site creation, and
Pipeline view with Kanban view. You have opportunities separated through different stages.
I do like watching their ads.
Every opportunity is presented in card form, from their details to their priority level and the expected revenue.
Within each task, you could add complete information of the client and their...
Oh, you and your parents went to Cold Stone every Sunday night before the Amazing Race? That's fucking cute. I love that.
Requirements in the description. It also offers simplified communication and monitoring, so all your email exchanges and log notes take place in the chatter. You can even integrate it with ChatGPT to save time and easily schedule activities such as meetings, calls to do, etc. Best of all, you can create and send quotes in just a few clicks directly from your opportunity. Your client can even accept and pay for it from the customer portal, at which point you would like to say, well done, you made your first sale.
Oh, you can ask them at Cold Stone to smash in a brownie too? Of course you can. Oh, eggnog ice cream shake. Now we're thinking.
And the best part is it's absolutely free. Your first app with Odoo is free for life with unlimited hosting and support.
So what are you waiting for? Click our link and download Odoo today. Now go back to our statue.
Now, it turns out the definition of anti-Semitism actually changed, and no one told me, right? It literally changed in 2016.
I'll free my nipple when DQ frees the fucking dilly bar nipple. I can't believe the nipple's gone. I'm withholding.
The IHRA released the working definition of anti-Semitism. Turns out anti-Semitism...
Bro, Fairy, I am a diehard Survivor fan. Dude, are you watching this season right now? Rizzo. These people, dude, they gotta stop fucking hiring. Dude, what's his name? Tyson was talking about this. He's like, they gotta stop hiring these super fans because these people, for the most part, they're like, their mission is to just be on Survivor. And then after that, it's like, okay, let's all be friends, you know? The storylines are not storylining. We gotta stop letting lawyers win. We gotta stop. We need poor people on the show again. What happened to poor people? They're poor people revisionists, bro. And bro, this season they literally just voted off 4 black contestants in a row. That's crazy, dude. Like, come on, dude. What's going on over there? What's going on in Fiji? Also, bro, it's time to leave Fiji. What the fuck are you doing? Jeff, I'm sorry, it's time to replace Jeff. No more of this Uncle Jay shit. No more of this bullshit. These people are not friends. Anyway.
Anti-Semitism isn't about being a Nazi anymore. It's about criticizing the government of Israel. Like, if you do that, it means you actually hate all Jews. And I don't hate Jews. Like, I don't even think about Jews, to be honest. Like, I think about them like as much as I think about Sikhs. You know, they're just the kind of guys who get to have special hats. But I just never think about Jews. Like, I'm serious, I'm not even thinking about them right now. Like, I'm talking about them, but I'm thinking about the 2006 FIFA World Cup. And I do that all the time. Like, I can just talk about something and just think about nothing, you know. I think about Jews sometimes. Like, I watched Fiddler on the Roof, Thought that was really good. And one time Spotify recommended Jorah Feedman to me, and I honestly liked him so much that I like immediately bought a clarinet so I could learn how to do this.
Who's my favorite? I've always, well, you know, back in the day I really loved Ozzy, but I wonder, I want to rewatch everything, honestly, and see how I feel about it now. But one of my favorites has always been like Christian. I always loved Christian. Who's that one guy who was kind of like a country bumpkin, and he like for literally like 6 tribal councils in a row, he kept finding immunity idol after immunity idol and fucking goofing on all these idiots. They kept trying to vote his ass out, and he kept busting out another immunity idol on these fuckers. And it was back in the day when people kept their fucking mouths shut and they didn't tell literally the entire tribe that they have a fucking idol. Oh my god, dude. Dude, if I got on Survivor, I would fucking destroy these people. Survivor's fake and gay. Now it is for sure, bro. Put me on Survivor, dude. It's different. I'm a destroy these people. But I also love like Tyson, Boston Rob, of course. You know, I'm kind of just a fucking Parvati. How do you say her name? Parvati. I love her. She's awesome. What's her face? The feisty one. Sandra. Love Sandra. Love Coach. Love Tyson. Who else? I like Shaheen from that one season. I don't know. And there were some good seasons in the 40s era. Like 43's good. But yeah, the 49, bro, they gotta stop letting on these fucking nerds. Dude, half these people are like, I hate being outside. Like, of course you gotta get a couple of them, but most of these people are, I don't know. They're out there like starving. They're in the ocean, bro. You have fishing gear. None of you learned to swim. They're all like fishing like 20 feet off of the beach. I don't know. It's pitiful. I want to watch real players play the game. Yeah, dude. Who doesn't love Russell? There hasn't been a fucking villain in like 20 seasons. Give us a fucking villain. Oh, I really liked that season with Cody. Is that 43? The season with Cody and who's the guy who was in like juvenile hall and shit, and what was his name? He worked with Cody all the time in that season. But yeah, I don't know. I like Survivor. Remember when Russell's nephew played? That dude was crazier than Russell.
Nah, I tricked you. I wasn't even thinking about Jews when I was doing this. I just really wanted to show off that I could play the clarinet. Judaism is just, it's not something I ever really think about. And it honestly feels baffling to be accused of anti-Semitism. So I think this is a good opportunity for me to learn where I went wrong and to teach you guys what not to do. So I'm going to assume you guys are like me, right? And you like to wind down in the evenings with a nice cup of chamomile tea and just passively scroll through hundreds of videos of dead kids.
Why has it taken me so long to realize that you are fucking nuts?
Or you know, first-person footage of the IDF double-tapping aid workers, or them, you know, sexually assaulting Palestinian prisoners, and I don't know, you start to feel a little hollow and empty, like you've been watching these videos for all eternity. You struggle to remember a point in your life where you weren't witnessing this. Even before the most recent war, I remember seeing videos of people getting beaten for daring to walk on a Jewish-only street, or having their family home stolen by an Israeli settler.
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it. family.
After seeing all this horrific stuff every single day, 24/7, you might be tempted to agree with Amnesty International and the UN and even B'Tselem, Israel's largest human rights organization, who say that Israel is a racist apartheid state committing genocide. Now, you might say that, but according to the IHRA Anti-Semitism Uno Reverso card, you're actually being anti-Semitic. It's actually racist to call Israel racist. Because if you criticize Israel, you're actually criticizing every Jew in the world, which... I don't know, it's just wild because so many Jews aren't even fans of Israel at all. In fact, if you're an evangelical Christian, you're twice as likely to be a Zionist than if you were Jewish. Only 40%.
Oh, you know who else I really liked? What's her face? I want to really rewatch her seasons. Fuck, she always had the cowboy hat. She played like 4 seasons. She was like a villain, and then she kind of had like a redemption arc. People are pissed that she's not in season 50 because it would have been awesome. It's not Jet. It's on the tip of my tongue. She's one of the early players, and she was like a villain. But she played a bunch. Fuck, what's her name? Someone will remember.
Of Jews think Israel was given to them by God, compared to 82% of evangelical Christians. And so if anything, if you're criticizing Israel, you're more likely
Jerry, yeah, thank you, Jerry.
Offend, like a really red guy who drives this kind of car and drinks out of one of these, instead of a Jewish person.
And I bet, watching back, that the whole villain thing was probably just like, she's a whore, she's a dirty whore. The 2000s loved that shit.
Look, I don't know. It's just a horrible definition of anti-Semitism.
Dude, one of the Black Widow season with Parvati and what's her name? The other classic female survivor. Whatever, that season was that like an all-star season? Oh, dude, the Australia season is great, too. The most recent, like, All-Stars Australia one was pretty dope.
It doesn't make any sense, and that's probably why Kenneth Stern, the American Jewish Committee's anti-Semitism expert who wrote the definition, said it should never actually be legally adopted by a government. And I mean, it says not legally binding on the front page of the thing, which is a little bit awkward because, all the Western politicians who were holding this in their hands, they decided in all of these countries to legally adopt this definition. Which means that while Israel is breaking the record for the amount of kids killed in conflicts over the past few decades, in the West, a children's hospital is forced to take down artworks drawn by Palestinian kids because that's now...
So I was thinking of Suri. I like Suri too.
...now considered anti-Semitic thanks to the new definition we've adopted. And look, we've had a brush in with this new form of anti-Semitism before. Like we tried to be Twitch streamers last year. We spent a lot of time reading the news, and the problem is, if you've ever read the news over the past 2 years, chances are you'd be reading about Israel's genocide in Gaza. Like, granted, if you're reading Western news reports, they wouldn't call it a genocide. Like when an IDF tank is driving around in the ruins of Gaza and just, decides to spray 356 bullets at Hind Rajab, like a 5-year-old girl, our media refers to her as a full-grown woman.
Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
But when a full-grown adult IDF soldier who operates one of these tanks is captured by Hamas, well, then he's just a cute little baby, and who knows how he wound up driving a tank. But what's important is that he's just a little kid who's been kidnapped.
Matan Angrist kidnapped from a tank.
But either way, even with our incredibly biased news, if you're just like reading this stuff out loud every day, as another hospital and another school gets just like razed to the ground, it means you're criticizing Israel, which means you're anti-Semitic, which means you get demonetized, which sucks, but whatever. I mean, I guess these streaming platforms are held to, certain standards by their advertisers, and criticism of Israel is just a step too far for them.
I'm literally giving you the chance of a lifetime to go viral.
Dude, this guy has the deadest eyes I've ever seen. Who is this? And why does it say GG33 on his hat?
But it's gotten a lot worse since last year. Like back then, you just lost your job for criticizing Israel. But today, as the children's bodies pile up, even after like multiple pretend ceasefires and, public sentiment in the West turns more and more against Israel, our governments are like pushing even harder.
Yeah, they've officially censored Palestine.
And now you can get sent to prison just for holding a piece of cardboard criticizing Israel.
The crime was holding these signs, the cardboard taken away by police to be used as evidence.
So this year, Australia updated its hate speech laws, featuring a 1-year minimum sentence for someone accused of anti-Semitism. So I guess this is a bit more serious than we initially thought when we made the statue. So I decided to call my lawyer before committing to uploading this video. Hey, Mark, how you going?
I'm good, mate. I'm just reading the 2 acts as we speak. They're a nightmare. They're a fucking nightmare.
Like a good nightmare, or like one?
No good nightmares. There are no good nightmares, Alexa.
Okay.
By definition, there are no good nightmares. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's 2 acts. They both come in this year. It's mandatory, Jack. Like mandatory. They're fucking insane. You'd never negotiate your way through these acts if they.
Parvati is the hottest fed, yeah, dude. I know, they'd never let me on Survivor because I'm not a fucking dirty fed.
Gaze upon you. It's the worst type of law there is, I forget your image precisely.
It's a rip-off of a statue from a previous year. We've just got a Palestinian scarf on it.
Well, the danger for you is probably lies within, of all things, the Palestinian scarf. Now, what is now an offence, and indeed is a mandatory offence, is the display of terrorist symbols.
Right. If we have to go to jail for 12 months, do we get to choose? Like, how do you know if you're going to the nice prison or the scary one?
Oh, they're going to put you with all the hate criminals. I'm sure they'll have a special hate criminal prison. Yeah. I don't think you won't get the garden prison. I don't know.
Because that's what I was looking for. I was just like, well, I just make videos.
I miss Fire Star-Lord. No, that was yoga too.
Yeah. Just hanging out, doing some gardening.
Notice how Fire Star-Lord isn't here today?
Yes, with all the creative people.
Also, what's a year? What's a year in prison? People have gone to prison. Is a year really bad, or is it?
It's pretty bad, yeah. Their lives are genuinely ruined, but I think, I'll be your friend. I'll help you back into society.
Oh, nice. Oh, maybe I get to work out. Maybe I can become a bit tougher.
Yes.
That's actually terrifying. Is there? I mean, my predicament now is that we haven't released a video. People don't know that we put this thing up.
I don't want to be horny in the chat, but I'd let Parvati do Freemason things to me.
Would you recommend we just bury the video and then not go to prison? Just keep it a mystery.
I would not recommend that. It's not my job to recommend.
Barry's bricked up in the chat, boys.
I will defend you. I'm not going to recommend that you don't put the video up. I would see it absurd for you to be charged. But we are living in an age of absurdity, so it's your call. It would be outrageous. Of course it would be outrageous, but outrageous things will happen under this legislation. I think you can pretty much guarantee it.
Oh, thanks so much for the call. I'm actually more scared than I was before I called. But look, my lawyer is very, very compelling, but if you're clever enough to piece it together, you can tell that we uploaded this video anyway. And look, I need to be earnest here. Anti-Semitism is real, and it fucking sucks. I do understand that people are scared. I'm not,
because most of it, in my opinion, is done by the government because they want you to be anti-Semitic. It's crazy. They're nuts, dude. They're fucking crazy, bro.
not Jewish, but members of my family were exterminated at the Jasenovec concentration camp in World War II because, you know.
Dude, do you remember when Parvati and Suri convinced that one guy with the fucking, with that fucked ass, like, Karen haircut that, he should give them his immunity necklace or something, and he did, and then they voted him out. That shit was so funny, bro. Dude, Parv is a real one. Parv is an ultimate survivor. How are you going to do season 50 without Parv? Like, suck a dick, bro.
Because they had the wrong ethnicity. It's bad. Like, I understand doing everything you can to make sure that never happens, like, ever again. I also know that my ancestors would look at what's going on in Palestine today and they would understand that it's the same thing that happened to them. And I know they'd be absolutely disgusted. Like, not just at the crimes of the state of Israel, but at the way these modern Zionists completely just trivialize the horrors of World War II. Like, you've got Netanyahu out here saying that it was somehow the Palestinians who planned out the Holocaust and, you know, not the Nazis. He's literally glazing Hitler so he can just justify killing more Palestinians.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Khaja Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them...
Bro, he says he didn't want to kill them. He just wanted them to get the fuck out of here.
They'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them.
Like, stuff like this is so offensive. Like the only thing that tones it down is how, like, incredibly stupid it is. Like, just imagine Hitler, right? The Aryan, like, white supremacist, like, master race guy, and, you know, he's there and he's like, you know what? I don't really want to kill the Jews. You know, it's not me. You know, killing Jews, it's not very Hitler. You know, and you know, but the problem is, like, my superior Aryan, like, brain just can't figure out how to solve this. So you know what? I'm gonna talk to a brown Muslim guy and I'll just do exactly what he says. Right? It's so stupid. Like, Netanyahu's out here just rehabilitating Hitler. But, you know, if an Australian journalist writes a pro-Palestinian tweet, then they can be taken to federal court for anti-Semitism. And look, I don't want to play down the real threat of anti-Semitism, right? Like, there are a bunch of idiot Nazis out there who think Jews control the world and, you know, they're racist, violent thugs. But these guys are white supremacists, right? They couldn't care.
Look at those. Look at that Knights Templar shit. Hey, that's the circle thing that, yeah, that John Levi was talking about. That, or no, was that Robert Seffer?
Less about Israel killing brown people. They just think Jews control the world when they see a hot black guy in a movie, or when they remember gay people exist. These guys are just dumb racists. And when they get together with their like-minded, bald-headed child groomers and start assaulting people on the street, you know who's there fighting these Nazis on the front lines? Pro-Palestinian protesters. They're the ones fighting the Nazis, because being pro-Palestinian has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It's about being anti-apartheid. They're not racist, right? They don't think there's some secret Jewish conspiracy running the world. I mean, they'd be the first to know if there was one, though, because so many of the pro-Palestine protesters are Jewish. The reason the state of Israel holds so much sway in Western societies is not a conspiracy at all. It's based on the simple fact that Israel is incredibly useful to the West. It's in the perfect spot. It's an outpost in the middle of the world's biggest oil reserves. Like, if the Arabs who live here ever decided to, you know, team up and take control of their own resources and shipping lanes, then our companies would lose their, like, stranglehold on the world economy. And then we can't just, like, steal the oil whenever we feel like it. Like, it'd be up to the Arabs, right? We'd need to be nice to them and make a deal with them so they'd give us, you know, enough cheap power for all our AI data centers and our spin class matcha raves and all the other important stuff we like, you know. And the West doesn't want to take that risk. You know, we'd rather be in control. It's much safer to have Israel in the middle of the Middle East as an attack dog, you know, that mercilessly mauls these guys and keeps them in line and keeps the oil flowing. Like, they literally cannot stop bombing their neighbors, and that's exactly what we want them to do. So our government doesn't want us criticizing them. And the flip side of that, you know, when Russia bombs one of their neighbors, then it's the opposite effect here, right? And it's totally cool to back the Ukrainian resistance fighters because, you know, unlike Hamas, these guys are useful. They're useful to us against our geopolitical rivals. And look, to be clear, there are other factors, right? It's not all about what's, like, useful to us, right? Obviously, Israel is its own country, and like every country in the world, they obviously exercise their own forms of, like, coercion and co-opting. Like the Israel lobby is a very influential lobby group in the West, and it's honestly too much to go into in this video. But if you want to know more about the Israel lobby, jump on our Patreon and check out our interview with Bob Carr. He's the former Australian foreign minister and the founder of Labour Friends of Israel back in the 1980s. So he knows how the lobby works firsthand, and now he's one of the most vocal critics of the state of Israel in Australia.
What is happening in Gaza, I say it unabashedly, is a genocide. If you've got a thesaurus that offers us, a dictionary that offers us a different word, I'll look at it. But in the meantime, this is a genocide.
If you ask me, I think the Patreon's great. And look, there are hundreds of hours of like other exclusive full-length videos on there, and you get to join the Discord. So I think you should check it out. I think it's a really good idea. Back to the video, right? So there are lots of politicians in the West.
The fucking Nelk boys interviewing Netanyahu was peak 2025. What a wackadoodle year. Dude, how the fuck fast did this shit fly by this year? What the fuck? $2026 has to be the end. I'm fucking over this shit. Right? I thought it had to be this year, dude. It literally has to be this. 2026 has to be the end of their shit. Promise me, guys. You have to promise me.
Who are just dumb guys, right? And they give Israel like billions of dollars because they
I promise you.
legitimately believe that God gave this land to the Jews.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
But the majority of these politicians
I say fuck Israel.
are just pragmatic people who send Israel billions of dollars because they understand Israel's role in American empire.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
And that's why Australia and like every other Western country supports them. Like we understand that they're on our side in like exploiting the rest of the world, so we can stay in control of like all the resources and keep the cheap stuff flowing. Like we also understand that the Israelis were just late to the game, right? Like Australia and the US, like we did our genocide and we took our countries from indigenous people back when it was cool. And
Yeah, white pills. 2026, the year Paul finally admits he was Tim. We still have a few weeks left. Yeah, Paul, you could... Dude, the Christmas miracle of Paul coming on the Cat Dad show.
Israel just needs a little extra support because they're doing it at a really hard time, when everything's live streamed. That's why the US sends them billions of dollars. That's why Australia sends them weapons and guides their missiles through Pine Gap. And that's why it's so important that we speak up about it, because like our countries are bankrolling the whole operation. Like we're the root of the problem. Like the fact that our governments are trying to arrest Israel's critics here, it's a sign that they're getting desperate, and people just aren't buying the mainstream narrative anymore. And once our countries stop backing it, the genocide stops. But that being said, I actually just wanted to make an artwork. Like that's what this video is about. Like for legal reasons, I don't know, all this history stuff that I talked about, I learned that like way later, like after I made the statue. Like the statue is just like a work of art, and I think it's really cool and it looks good.
Yeah, boy. What if Big Bird exploded on the Challenger disaster? I can't believe they didn't explode Big Bird. Bro, look at this fucking chinola. Look at that fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Alright, boys. It's a soft-ass 10-10 landing. 1040, it's going to be 1050 by the time we freaking wrap with all the nonsensory that we're going to do. The nonsensicalness. The nonsense. I like nonsensory actually more. Good night, dudes. Like the stream if you like the stream. We'll be back on Sunday. No yoga stream on Saturday, okay? I'm gonna go do real yoga because I'm gonna be here. But we will see each other soon. Cat Dad Christmas special background. Fireside stocking marked Paul with Timothy above crossed out sloppily. Don't sign contracts for 2026. Are we not doing contracts? Cat Dad was the 2025 name. 2026, the year of Car Dad. Yeah, and I'm gonna learn how to rebuild cars, boys. My grandpa was really good at it, but I wasn't really good at paying attention. My brother was, though. My brother's real smart with that shit. Anyway, boys, here we go. You ready? You ready to frickin' breathe? Because we're gonna do it now. In through your nose. And out through the mouth. In. And out. In. And out. Last one, here we go. In. And out. Through the static, the signal remains. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through the nose and hold it for a moment. Exhale gently through the mouth. Tonight, as the noise of the world hums louder, as the screens flicker and the headlines spin, we remember that somewhere beneath it all, there is a clear signal, a pulse that never lies. In your body, that signal is your breath. In your spirit, that signal is your knowing. In the earth, that signal is the rhythm. It cannot be hijacked. It cannot be hidden. It only waits for you to listen. With each inhale, gather your energy back from the day, from every headline, every scroll, every voice. Call it back. With every exhale, release the static, the distortion, the fear. You are the grounded wire. You are the clear receiver. You are not here to be confused. You're here to remember. Remember what you've always known beneath the noise. You came here for a reason. You came here wired for truth. You came here with eyes to see and ears to hear. Yeah, Source didn't give you eyes to watch the sky fall, remember? So tonight we thank the messengers. We thank the chaos for showing us contrast, and we thank the stillness for bringing us home. Breathe in, and frickin' exhale. You are safe, you are sovereign, you are electric, and you are free. Let the truth settle in your bones, let the signal sing through your spine, and let your soul rest knowing it's all coming back online. Here we go, boys. Bye, Paul, you a goofy bitch.
On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Stacking comments, hit me up because I'm drama. Not a drug, it's
love you,
marijuana.
have a
Cause I
good
see
little
I got a
night.
problem.
Take your loss, Paul.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin.
Take your loss, Paul. All your lizard skin.
Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Nope.
After yoga and my breath and the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky.
Then a couple try to frick me.
I'm not basketball.
Play your size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will ball up me for ransom. I ain't that the bike that I might take a job. Something like chilling with my headphones on. I is cat dead, how much a ticket cost?
Didn't answer, doesn't matter, still your daddy.
And your boss.
My mama, this a healing Paul's drama.
Ooh.
Got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana.
To Nirvana.
Commas, it be up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cooks will say I have a problem. Nope, nope,
Till you
nope.
lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul, and protect your chin.
Bitch.
Till you lost Paul, Bell showing all your little skin. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Yesterday, Paul, take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and noted on himself. Squirt.
Chilling on the couch,
Chilling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
Mama, this a healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to
Good
Nirvana.
night, my dudes. See you Sunday, boys. See you Sunday, boys.
Cooks will say I got a problem.
Take your loss, Paul. Leave us alone. Take your loss, Paul. Go back to your home. Take your loss, Paul. You're a big old bone. And you're all alone. Goofy. Take your loss, Paul. Nope. Good night, dudes. Nope. Bye. We'll see you Sunday. Have a good night. Love you. Bye. Ta-ta. What we becomes